as the stream goes on. Oof, I just woke up, guys. Ugh, this the streaming thing is not easy. Mm. Especially when especially when you have a full time job, you know. Um, when this is basically your side hustle. Well, my great card. And I think there are a couple of good fights. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a good card, but welcome to the stream, my guy. Well, this card probably gonna make you miss your work office. Most likely, most likely. But I mean, there are a couple of good fights, so maybe maybe we might not feel that way. You know, usually these kind of cards end up delivering good fights, even if it's a trash card. Um, the did you pick Jacoby? Nah, fam. I didn't pick Jacoby. I went with Lopes, but it's because um I feel like Jacoby got lucky. He was losing to Petrino in the last fight, and he was able to land a lucky shot, in my opinion, and was successful. So it's kind of hard to go with him when I don't think he actually won because of skill. Um, yeah, me too. I don't know if Jacoby is that good. Yeah, man. So for me personally, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to sit here and say that Jacoby is going to win this fight when I don't think he would have won the last fight if it wasn't for a lucky shot. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see because ultimately, um, he still won, you know, and it's because of experience. And sometimes all you need is experience in order to actually win fights, right? So I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. But for me personally, I don't know if he wins this particular fight, to be honest. But hey, I could be wrong. Or my the fact that he was losing to Petrino, who is also trash, put me off him. Man, I feel like Petrino. I don't know. He might not be championship level, but I think trash is a bit harsh. I think he still needs a bit of experience in order for him to perform exceptionally better. But yeah, for me personally, the takeaway for this particular decision was that I mean you lost your previous fight, except that he landed a really lucky shot. Um, he's got unlucky too many times to call it lucky, to call it luck now. Okay, I hear you, man. I can't blame you, especially for a prospect. I mean, you can't be losing that much so early in your career. So I fully understand where you're coming from. Oof. Uh, Streaming is a lot, man. I wish I was doing this full time, but hopefully that time hopefully will come soon because you're waking up is a lot. Ryan dos Santos versus Alice Adeline. Oof. The fights on these cards, man, are pretty tricky. Alice is good, but for some reason she doesn't win. I don't know, and I'm a little bit disappointed that she lost two of her fights, and I felt like she was winning a lot of them, but for some reason ended up losing. I don't know. I don't know why. But yeah, it's gonna be a really tricky card. Um, Hopefully I do well. I've changed my strategy for the next card. Um, K Nega, bro, can you give me your full card parlay, please? I don't think I have a full card parlay, man. There are so many fights that I feel like are super 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 tricky and super risky, but let me try and go through the entire card and maybe try to give you my my picks or my breakdowns. I'm going to try to break down every single fight on this particular card before it happens, but for now, let me try and give you maybe some type of a summary. Um, Justin Graham, I like to see some of his picks and choose some of my own. I appreciate that, man. Well, I won't read too much into it if I have poor picks because I low key don't know a lot of these fighters. Yeah, and a lot of them are really new, and debuting fighters are always very sketchy, to be honest. Um, you have got me some good bets on fighters. I don't know. I appreciate that, but also it's because I'm sure you do a lot of research because ultimately all I can do is provide the useful information, and it's up to you to actually decide which information is more useful than the other. And I'm glad to hear that you've been able to successfully make money. Um, I'm still trying to improve and grow because I take my predictions very seriously. Um, Justin Graham, that's true. I appreciate that, man. Okay, let's try to go through the entire card. The first fight, obviously, is Ryan Dos Santos versus Alice Adeline. K Nega. These are my full parlay. Ryan Balaji Nascimento, Zach Maycee Jacoby, Golf Blanchfield. I don't know, man. Jacoby is a bit of a conflict for me. Nascimento too, because obviously I went with Jafel Filio. Um, I picked I picked Blanchfield. I think she's gonna win. Billy Golf. I think he's gonna win. Ryan Dos Santos. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong, and I potentially could be, but that fight is a little bit closer for me. Um, but man, good luck, good luck, because for me, I went with Alice Adeline. I just feel like all round she might be a little bit better. Obviously, Dos Santos has a little bit more experience and has performed pretty decently against the higher level competition. But still, I honestly feel like Alice Adeline is a little bit better. She's on a two-fight losing streak. Obviously, her back is against the wall. I'm expecting her to come out looking better than she ever has. If she doesn't, I mean, I hope the UFC cut her. But nonetheless, I feel like a lot of the picks that you have on this particular parlay, like they're pretty risky. But you know what? As long as you did your research on this on these particular picks on this particular parlay, um, I mean, Who knows? Maybe you might make a lot of money. But even if I get them all wrong, I will cope by flexing my RDR versus Bo Nickel perfect pick. Me too, man. Just that I'm a little bit more of a perfectionist. That was a good pick, man. Picking RDR. I also picked RDR over Bo Nickel. I think that's going to stand as one of my best picks in history because a lot of people were like, "Ah, you're trash" and everything like that. But for me, another thing is, it's always great to have these amazing, once in a lifetime kind of picks, but consistently, I want to have good picks, and I hope the strategy that I'm implementing now, especially for UFC 316, I hope it actually ends up working out for me. Um, Gated Abdur Shidov said hi. Welcome to the stream, man. Oh my, bro. Um, R2 to R2 KO made me go crazy after picking it. I mean, I didn't pick the method of victory, but I also picked RDR to actually beat Bo Nickel. And if you go to the comment section, a lot of people were calling it hate. I'm like, oh my god, this guy, the hate is so real. And I was like, I would never pick anyone because I don't like them. Rather, I would never pick against someone because I don't like them. That wouldn't make sense to me. But it is what it is. People will believe what they want to believe. I'm glad that I got that pick right because everyone would have been like, yeah, but what were you thinking picking against Bo Nickel? If RDR had somehow lost, which is what normally happens. Um, well, I wonder how much I'd have made if I put money on round 2 KO. Damn. I'm sure you would have made a lot because Bo Nickel was the favorite, even though admittedly he wasn't the massive favorite because it clearly shows a lot of people thought like RDR had a massive shot at actually upsetting Bo Nickel. Because Bo Nickel was usually like a minus 1,000 favorite. And in this particular fight, he was like a minus 200 or minus 300 or something to that effect. I also seen a lot of YouTubers picking RDR because he is obviously better. Lucas Tracy and the Bedtime did, I think. Okay, that's quite impressive. I don't follow a lot of other MMA. I don't follow a lot of other MMA YouTubers except maybe the main two or main three. Actually, four. Maybe Full Mount, MMA Guru, MMA Joey, Mujahid, and maybe the fighting business. There are a couple of channels that I normally watch in MMA, but there isn't that much, or rather, there aren't that many. Um, Wamai, I think Bo was like minus 500. Really? I actually remember seeing him being at like minus 200 or minus 300 or something to that effect. I didn't realize that he was a minus 500 favorite. Damn. Then that makes that call a little bit better to know that like he was such a massive favorite.
Erin Blanchfield at a minus 245 plus 200 for Maycee Barber. Of course, next week we've got a big UFC 316 heading your way, so we do want to kind of look
Oh,
at
I don't know how much I want this kind of commentary. Um, we came for fights. They just keep on talking, which is ironic because that's what I'm doing. Tommy, who you got for the main? I'm going Erin Blanchfield, man. I think Erin Blanchfield is gonna be a little bit better. I think Erin Blanchfield is gonna be better, more talented. I think she's a better version of Maycee Barber, to be honest. Why am I? I'll check the odds right now. Okay, cool. You let me know. Tommy, you got a parlay, brother. And yeah, same late sub. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I don't have a parlay. Um, at the moment, I don't have a parlay. I feel like there are so many risky fights on this particular card. I think the only confident pick I had at the time was Oban Elliott, but Oban Elliott obviously is no longer on the card, so I don't feel like I don't feel like I have a lot
All
of
right, well, I want to come
safe
back to you
picks on
on
this
Sugar Sean.
particular
This is a
card.
guy with 6 performance
So I
fights,
wouldn't say I have a
three
parlay,
fights in
but
the night.
maybe let
Obviously, the
me
former
try
champion.
and
And
see
when we talk about style from Marab,
the
Sugar Sean's
people
got
who
a
should
lot of flair himself.
potentially
He's got a lot of flair
win.
himself, and I want to go back and talk about this
Um,
fight. When we go
I
look
don't
at
know.
round 5,
I think
Sean O'Malley
maybe
finally
Balaji
found the weapon
Oki.
that he's going to need to have a good shot.
Sounds
And it
crazy,
is
but
breaking
hey,
through the defense I talked about of the
crazy
Rob
things have
Rawls, really.
happened.
And it's the way he was able to
I
attack
want to
the
say
body.
Zachary
The
Reese,
key
but
for
I just feel
Marab
like
bad in
Dusko
round 5 he
Todorovic
was able to
is being
establish that
overlooked
capability in that fight.
massively.
Now, we haven't seen Sugar Sean.
Well,
I haven't seen
my
Sugar see
bad.
those
More
mistakes.
like
I
minus
believe
400.
that
Yeah,
Sugar Sean,
I
his
feel like
game plan is to attack the body
the
of Marab.
odds
Marab's going to
were
be
like
moving a lot
200,
with all his
300, and
lateral
maybe
movement.
got
He's
to
going to be moving his head, but Sean always gets to the body.
minus
So the body
400
always
late
begins. So
at
look to
night
see Sean O'Malley
prior to the
attack the
fight
body with
actually
that deep
starting.
kick. Once he keels over, if he lands it,
Tell
he's
me,
going to
I've
fire
got
quickly.
Reese
So I think Sugar
TKO.
Sean
Okay,
found
but
it,
I
found
feel
it,
like
and
Dusko
keeping the
Todorovic,
armor of Marab really in that
even though
fight.
I
And also, too, it's just I think that Sean O'Malley's
even
going to
though
do
I'm
a better
going, what
job
do you call
of
him?
just establishing his
Zachary
range. And
Reese, I feel like Dusko
I don't think he
Todorovic is
expected Marab to
being
move around as much as
massively
he did, but after seeing that in that first fight against Brad
overlooked.
Tennant, I think he's going to do a better job
Um,
of establishing the range. And he's ambidextrous.
who's
He
my
fires
underdog?
off that right hand as equal as he does that left hand, and I think that's going to play a major advantage to Sean O'Malley. But what about the whole
That's a good
show?
question.
He's bigger than life, right? He's bigger. He's more than just a fighter in the octagon, Michael. But he's been saying that he's more dialed in.
I
He's
don't know,
trying
man.
to take
Obviously, I picked
all the
Ludwig
external
Klein,
distractions.
but
Take these
I'm
fights
not
to
too
the I'm still an
confident.
active competitor
But
myself, and that's things that I
that's
still do. So
I
I
don't
believe in
know.
that. I don't think that that's just him putting
I don't
something
know.
out
I
there. But
also
I
think
really believe it's
Ramiz
very genuine. I
Brahimach
think
might have a shot
maybe for a
because he
guy like
has an
Sean, people
experience
don't realize
advantage in
this
this
kid's a
particular
superstar.
fight.
He's got so much going on, so much outside noise with the
So
sponsorships, the social media,
I guess we'll
and that
also have
social
to
media
wait and
requires
see.
a lot of attention.
I
That's what
mean,
gets
just
us money
Dustin
from the
Jacoby
sponsors. So
has
for him to step
experience, but
away
I feel
and
like
just
he was
focus his
losing his
energy
last fight.
solely into training,
So
I
it's
think is
kind
going
of
to be
challenging
very
for me to
beneficial moving
actually
forward
feel
for him in this
confident in
fight
him
because he's
actually
always been
getting
great.
this
He's
one
always been
done.
focused on training, but it takes a lot of your
Um,
energy away from it when you're having so many obligations revolving around
Obviously,
media,
I went with
revolving around your
Jafel
phone and your
Filho.
computer. So I think that this will be very
So
beneficial for him to
that's
apply
another
that
pick
just
that I
as
feel
many needs
like,
to.
okay,
Well, obviously that
this
fight is
guy
the
might
main
actually
event.
do
The co-main
decently
event is
well.
the bantamweight title fight between Juliana Pena and
Um,
Kayla Harrison. And listen,
Tommy,
Dean, Juliana Pena, this is a
Filho,
woman
I've
who is
got,
so
yeah.
scrappy. She has a
I
major
also
chip on
picked the
her shoulder,
Jafel
but for good
Filho.
reason. Don't you think? Well, and I think so
Um,
because I think sometimes we forget, and even Roy Jones may.
Ryan Dos Santos is a massive, not massive, but minus 200 is kind of crazy. But I can respect that. What my, it's American betting buyers, I think. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean for Bo Nickel? What am I? Are you referring to Bo Nickel?
Well, I mean, she was a two-time champion for another promotion before she got signed to the UFC. And
So the UFC
she was
have
able
been
to just get to
stalling
Holly Holm and establish
for
her dominance.
19 minutes.
She is so tough on
Damn.
top, and obviously she's got
Actually,
a
it's
great
over
physical
19
presence
minutes.
because of her size.
They've
But I
been
think the biggest
talking.
elephant in the room is the fact that she's a
Even
very
though the
good
card
wrestler.
started
She's
at
able to
half
use
past
that
12,
size and that physicality to
or
put
rather,
her
basically
opponents
almost
under more
30 minutes
pressure.
ago,
And in the time away, she's still
no
rounding
fight
off
has
her game.
actually
So it's all
happened.
going to revolve around
So they've
how
basically
comfortable
been
she feels
stalling
after the weight cut.
for
Now, right now, the
nearly
squad
30
next to
minutes, and
me,
I can
that's
almost bet
for
that the
Kayla.
first fight
This is no
is
surprise
gonna
to us that
start
she's in the
at
spot. 2 UFC wins. We're thrusting her into that
over
spot. Maybe
after
there's a
30
little bit of
minutes. That's
the fact that
crazy.
she's a two-time gold medalist
And
in
you
judo.
don't
Maybe the
realize
most
how much
polarizing
time
female you've ever seen
they
inside the octagon
waste
is Ronda
doing all
Rousey.
these
So it's like,
extra
is
things,
this the second coming of
but
Ronda
they're
Rousey?
so good
Not
at
necessarily, because Ronda is one of
posting
one, but
different
Kayla's got the base, the
pointless things,
style,
in my
and the
opinion,
presence to be a dominant force in the ring. Well, she does have
in
all
order
that,
to
and it
pass
is her
time
third
by.
UFC fight, and she is
So
already
far,
a favorite
I
in this one.
woke
Let's
up
take
at
a look
half
at the
past 12.
matchup on this one in terms of the odds.
In South
It is
African
Michael.
time, it's in the
It is
morning.
Juliana Pena
And I'm realizing that we've been talking for like nearly 30 minutes and nothing has really happened. No fight is even remotely close to starting. But anyway, Tommy, thanks, brother. Keep blessed. Hope you get more subscribers, more wealth and health. I appreciate that, man. That's the goal. That's why I stream every day. Not, I stream every day actually, and I do the watch-alongs every single weekend. Eventually, I mean, I haven't been doing the watch-alongs for long. I've been doing it a couple of times this week, or rather this year. So hopefully next year the numbers will be a little bit more up. I also understand that the growing will take a bit of time. I'm not going to look at the shorts section of the channel because it's crazy to think that there's a section of my channel that gets over 400,000 views, and still there are other sections that still need development. But I'm committed to actually growing. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you for joining the stream and thank you for subscribing. Oof.
Exactly. All right. Well, we did mention a great bantamweight matchup on that one. We've got our number 10 bantamweight Mario Bautista welcoming in Patchy Mix to the UFC, and Michael Bautista is on a 7-win streak. Last time we saw him, he beat Jose Aldo.
I wonder why.
Yeah, and that's the fight to put him over because Jose Aldo, it was a very, very close fight, and he had to deal with a lot of striking offense.
Oh no, the UFC is doing this because there's like 11 or 10 fights on the card, I think. No? If I'm not mistaken, let me actually check. There are a couple of people who pulled out of this particular fight. I was asking myself, like, why are they doing this?
On a straight line, start moving forward on a straight line, and that has benefited so much on the 7-fight win streak he's on.
Well, he's on an incredible win streak, but listen, Dean, Patchy Mix is a guy that everybody's been foaming at the mouth to get this guy over here in the UFC. Former Bellator champion is on a 7-win streak, 13 submission victories in his 20 wins.
Well, because when we get a guy like Patchy Mix in his prime, when we get these high-profile signings in their prime,
yeah, there are like 10 fights on the card. So that's why they are basically putting us through this.
Right now, he's the best grappler in the division. His choke game is a problem. If he gets neck exposure, it's over. He's already got the scalpel UFC vets on his mantle. And if you're overly concerned with his ground game, his striking is still an issue. He's long, he's tall, he's rangy, and he's been wanting this for a long time. So we've been eagerly awaiting the arrival of Patchy Mix.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time around Patchy Mix out here. Patchy Mix out here in Las Vegas.
René, there is Lord. What up, my guy? Welcome to the stream, man. René, there is Lord said hi. Zulu Ang. Why do you guys love the term Zulu Ang? I'm Tswana, guys. Or it doesn't sound the same. You know? But I get you. I get you. Because Zulu people are a specific other tribe in South Africa. I fall under, but I have Zulu blood, so I guess I'll accept that. How are you, man? The UFC is refusing to start fights. They've been they've been showing us what do you call him? They've been showing us these guys talking about UFC 316 like that's what we came for. We want to see fights. And they've basically been talking for like 30 minutes, which is crazy. But I mean, it is what it is. It's crazy that I woke up 30 minutes ago, nearly 30 minutes ago, and the fights have not started. UFC. Anyway. Oh. I'm so flipping sleepy, man. Ooh. But at least this fight has like 3 fights, but again 10 fights. So hopefully every fight will be like a finish, so that. But that means we're going to get a lot of commentary from the UFC. So I'm not looking forward to that. But I'm hoping that the fight is not too long, so that maybe I can go back to sleep a little bit before I wake up and edit. Oh, what do you guys think? Have the fight started? Or I think maybe I might be a few seconds behind, maybe or a minute or so behind.
Welcome back to UFC Fight Night. We have got a fight coming up in the strawweight division
Nah,
in just a
four,
minute.
four
Erin
minutes.
Blanchfield, former Invicta Atomweight champ with 8 subs in her 14
Oh,
fights,
4 minutes. Yeah, yeah,
Alex
yeah. I
Argeliano
see
with
the
4
countdown.
knockouts and 4 subs in her 9 victories. The strawweights are going to get our action going here on
They put a
UFC
timer countdown.
Welcome back, KB, here alongside
Yeah,
Michael
man.
Chiesa and Dean Thomas. That's the curtain jerker coming
UFC
up right now.
actually
That is going
started
to be a
about.
good one. All right, we have got an
Short
excellent
McGee, what
co-main
up
event
with
coming up in the lightweight
the
division.
damn
This is
fights?
a risky fight.
It's
Gamrot,
7 and they
Mateusz
still
Gamrot,
haven't
currently ranked
started.
number
Nah,
7, facing an unranked guy in
there's
Ludovit
like
Klein.
there's
Michael
like 10 fights
is a
on the
risky fight for
card.
him.
I think
Gamrot, I
what they're
think you could kind
doing
of
is
say, is a
basically
grappler versus a
stalling.
striker in this one. If Gamrot
They're
is the grappler,
stalling,
he's
and
kind of
that's
leg
what
and
they're
left
going
footed
to
in the
keep doing,
grappling zone.
especially if
What
we
sets him
get a lot
apart?
of
What sets
finishes.
him apart is his
We
screen
are
work,
going to
his
get this
pace, the way he's
commentary
able to get
team
his
talking
takedowns.
to us
One thing that Gamrot does so well is
for
when
the
he gets to his
majority
shots,
of the
his
entire
second moves always
card,
faster than his first. Every
which
time
is
he
which
takes
is
the lead, he gets these
honestly
great takedowns, those
pretty
double leg
stupid.
takedowns.
I
He
feel like the
can't be
UFC
twice as fast.
should
Something that we
should
haven't
be
seen
putting
from him
on
yet
more
in
fights,
his
dude.
game is his leg locks. We saw that
Like
a lot when he fought Canelo.
the
He
fact
has
that
the
they
UFC got a
force us
very
to
good game
watch
for his
this
leg lock game.
commentary is
When he gets his
crazy.
takedowns, he will dive
Because
into these lower level
Shoshat McGee,
heavy
this is
takedowns
something I've been
that are so
saying
hard to defend from an upright stance. So
before, like
I
a couple
believe
of
that
minutes
while he
before you
is
came in.
polishing his striking
I was
very
like,
well, I
man,
think this
it's
fight will
been
look like a
over
fight that's
30
going to be
minutes
out in his
and these
best
people
interest
are still
to lean on
talking.
that grappling to get Ludovic to the
So
ground and apply
I
his
think it's
grappling.
because there are like
Absolutely. I
10
don't think
fights
there's
on
many
the card,
people
but
in the UFC that
it's
can handle his
inexcusable. The
transition. I
UFC know
believe that
that
is
it's
in the top
normal
three
for people to pull out,
scrambler in the UFC for sure.
so they
Well,
should
Dean,
make
if
sure
that's
that
the
every
grappler,
single
so that
card
leaves
has like
Ludovit Klein,
14
the striker, in
fights.
the equation, right? And he does have a lot of flair.
But I mean, when Dana White is going out and trying to do boxing matches, what do you expect? Shoshat McGee, worst card of all time. Everyone on my parlay pulled out. Ah, it sucks, man. All I want is just to be right. At least, you know, it'll make it all worth it. But the way there are so many close fights on this card, I don't know what's going to happen. Shoshat McGee, I'm going to do my best to stay up.
100%. One thing that he does very well
I'm already sleepy, and the UFC is not helping me with this commentary team. I mean,
Gamrot uses a lot of
oh
lateral
my
movement to get up on his
goodness.
opponents and to get his
We
takedowns.
stay. I
So he
woke up
starts
to
him on
watch
the outside
fights,
against
not
Ludovit
these
Klein.
guys
Ludovit has these
talking.
very fast blitzing combinations where he can cover a lot of distance and touch you with
Like,
punches. But outside
like,
of that,
so
I've
who
been in a
wakes up
position
or
where
who?
I got the opportunity to fight Rafael
We've
dos
been
Anjos
watching
about an hour
Michael
next Friday,
Chiesa
and he was
talk
number
for like
5.
30
And
minutes,
you kind of
over
can
30
slip through the
minutes,
cracks. You know, when you're a ranked guy
nearly
coming from
40
the top,
minutes.
Gamrot weighed in as the backup at one point in his
I
career.
don't think any
Now
of
he
us
finds himself
signed up
fighting
for
unranked
this.
guys. Well,
You
Gamrot's
know,
been focusing on the top of the heap, and Ludovic's been
we were
stepping up
like,
to the
yeah,
top
let's
and getting
watch
his weight.
fights,
Well,
not
and speaking
Michael
of that point,
Chiesa.
the odds are not that crazy. Ludovit Klein is a plus 130, minus 155 for Mateusz Gamrot. So that
Well,
is an excellent co-main event
the only good
heavyweight.
fight on this
UFC
card was
311
was
we've
Oban
got 4 of
Elliott.
them starting off with
I
the
think the
strawweights.
co-main
Alex
event is
Caceres
also
versus
a
Alex
pretty
Argeliano. We've got
um
lightweights Balaji Oki
good
versus
and
Michael Attell.
significant
Then we've
fight.
got
You
the
know, at
super
least there's
lightweight
a
with
bit
Kurt
of
Holobaugh,
the stake
return
on it.
of
You
Jordan
know,
Levin,
if
and the
Ludovic
first
Klein
fight
wins, we
facing
have
Giselle
someone else in the
Filio
top
and
10.
Alan Nascimento. Those are the
Um,
prelims. Sorry, I got
I
ahead
don't
of
know what
myself a
that
little
means
bit.
if
Just want
Gamrot
to tell
somehow
you guys
wins.
about this main card here. We're starting off with the middleweights. Mitch
Because
versus
Gamrot
Turner. Mitch
somehow
right
like
now
is good
in
enough
a
to be in the top
bantamweight
10,
fight,
but
but he's
somehow
actually been
loses to
contesting
all
at
top
featherweight with Vieta and
top
Chasson.
five contenders.
Colby
But I guess
Lopez
we'll
at
see.
light heavyweight. Billy Ray Goff versus Hamid
Short McGee, Gamrot versus Klein is literally the only fight I'm interested in. I'm with you there. I mean, but unfortunately, because I have a channel, I have to stay up and torture myself. And on top of the fact that there aren't that many good fights on this card, the UFC is taking an hour to start the fight. Didn't they say? Didn't they say the next fight will start in 4 minutes? Like I feel like it's been over 4 minutes. Or am I crazy? They put a timer on the screen and they were like, next fight will start in 4 minutes, and these people have been talking for like, oh my goodness.
In the opener on the main card is going to be done in a round and a half or less, because you've got a guy in Dusko Todorovic who will get in your face, throw big punches in the pocket, and you've got Zachary Reese. He's got this left kick that comes out of
Short McGee, heaven forbid the fights just end early. That's what that's what I was saying. If if all these people get finishes, first round finishes, oh my goodness, we are going to get a lot of people, a lot of commentary. As long as if we get a good card somehow, and the fights are good and we get a lot of finishes, just be ready. We are going to listen to Michael Chiesa the whole nine. What's the odds someone's pulling out of a fight today? I'm sure the UFC are praying that doesn't happen because they've been stalling. I don't know if they can stall even further. And they put themselves in this situation basically because why would you have so little fights on the card? Like, making a card with 12 fights is pretty dumb for me because you know that there's always going to be someone who's going to pull out. So why would you then make so little fights? At least if you have 14 fights, you can afford to lose two, or even three, and at least be left with like 11 fights. Now they have 10 fights. If anyone pulls out, or if two people pull out, then they're screwed because they have like 9 or 8 fights. It's not good planning, but it is what it is. What can I say? I'm sure should make you super high. Yeah, I agree. The probability of someone pulling out is actually really high. At least the fights are about to start, and they made it seem like the fights are going to start, and they are not going to start in 4 minutes. They are actually going to start coming out. So since the UFC started, we are going to see the first fight start in 40 minutes. That's crazy. The UFC started about 40 minutes ago, and the first fight is only starting now. That's insane, man. That's insane. Mama, this is Apex experience. Ish. Oh my goodness. I mean, I think the UFC also is doing this because they don't have competition, and I didn't understand what the UFC was doing until I watched a documentary, and I realized that damn, the UFC is basically avoiding compliance by basically slightly comparing themselves to WWE in a way. Short McGee, the UFC has declined. The UFC has declined so fast this year. I think it's because Dana White is pretty confident in the fact that he doesn't have competition, and the people at TKO have a lot of faith in the UFC. And I feel like the moment they started censoring people and giving people undeserved title shots, it affected the sport negatively, right? So when you look at, for example, the UFC allowing Colby Covington and Sean Strickland to say the most outrageous things, and for some people like Bilal Mohammed to not hold the Palestine flag, I think it also takes away the thing of they preach free speech, but free speech is limited to other people. And then they start giving out undeserved title shots after undeserved title shots over and over again, which basically undermines the sport, right? And on top of everything, they put up terrible matches on a weekly basis, and it doesn't feel like they care about making sure that the audience they have is entertained. If it wasn't for people like me, actually a lot of MMA content creators, because ultimately my channel gets like 400,000 views, and all those 400,000 views are basically obviously UFC fans. So if my channel, and I consider my channel to be a small channel, right? If my channel gets 400,000 views per month, imagine how bigger channels like Full Mount MMA, Mujahid, MMA Guru, MMA Joey, um, Bedtime MMA, and all these other platforms. Imagine how much PR, imagine how much promotion we're doing for the UFC. Even though they're not even making it easy for us, there are some content that we're not supposed to be using. UFC is pretty strict with their content. So imagine if all of us one day decide, you know what, we're going to start watching boxing. UFC would massively suffer because I feel like one of the things that keep the UFC going and alive, despite the fact that they don't put so much effort into promoting their fights, into promoting or into giving us good fights, into giving deserving title contenders their shots, is because there are people like me, people like MMA Guru, people like MMA Joey, Full Mount, Mujahid, Lucas Tracy, Bedtime MMA, all these platforms who are basically doing free marketing for them. And they don't have to do that because they know that on a weekly basis we bring millions of eyes into the onto the UFC on social media, and obviously that translates to them actually getting a lot more views on their fights, right? And I'm not taking credit for the success that they've created. I think the UFC have done an amazing job as far as building this particular company, but I feel like lately they have, honestly, not even lately, in the past couple of years, they've been making really terrible decisions. I think the Apex is one of the most horrible decisions. Apex cards feel like extended prelims, right? And it doesn't feel like the UFC cares about making their supporters happy. They just care about saving money and continuing to make profit. I think that's the primary thing. Um, well, my America bias. Joshua McGee will the sue on it now. Joshua McGee, American bias, more like wedge bias. What's wedge bias, man? On my, I just reckon USA fighters have most fans, so it's more profitable to give them title shots. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. When you look at people, I think the people who've been getting title shots are people who have a lot of Instagram followings. So when you look at people like Sean O'Malley, when you look at people like um, Ilya Tuporia, when you look at, I mean, obviously Islam Makhachev is basically number two, the second most popular active fighters now. But again, the second most popular active fighter. Damn, Ryan Dos Santos looks good, man. Um, Ryan Dos Santos looks pretty decent, man. Israel Adesanya is also a popular. So if you look at the people, the only outlier for me would be Kobe Covington, which I think has something to do with politics. Even though a lot of people have refused that it has anything to do with politics, I feel like the main reason Kobe Covington has been getting title shot is because of politics, right? So, but if you look at the list, I made a list of the biggest current stars in the UFC, and all of them are the main benefactors of undeserved title shots or privilege treatment, basically. So, so in all honesty, I think it has something to do with a massive following. I don't know if it's only limited to American bias, but I would say unranked maybe. There is obviously bias to some extent, because obviously the UFC is an American company and they are going to obviously favor their people. Um, I don't know who's winning this fight because initially Dos Santos was landing well, but I feel like Ellis was also landing decently in the exchanges, but the fight is still too early. So I guess let's see how this one plays out. Um, Shoshan Miggy, so how do you explain Israel Adesanya? Yeah, I think they go with who they think is popular or has the biggest shot at actually, but again, I'm getting becoming a star basically. For example, Sean O'Malley, the reason why they pushed Sean O'Malley so much was because Sean O'Malley had a lot of popular streaming friends. Like, that was epic, for example. Sean O'Malley is friends with the guy who runs That Was Epic, and Sean O'Malley was doing a couple of skits with him, a couple of videos with him, and that guy, That Was Epic, has like millions of subscribers. He has millions of views. So obviously the UFC were like, if we push this guy is going to make sure that he is like his friends with millions of followers basically promote him as well, and as a result, it's going to push the UFC forward, and it worked. Sean O'Malley, I wouldn't say he's a star, but he's one of the more popular fighters in the UFC currently. Right, so I think they give undeserved treatment, or rather they give certain privileges to certain fighters, um, if they think they have the potential to. Wow, Alice Alice is landing pretty nicely, man. Dos Santos looks like she's bleeding. Damn. Okay. But I'm not saying it's only USA fighters getting favorable treatment, but fighters like Jones, O'Malley, Gaethje, Dustin, Kobe, Strickland all get favored. I agree, man. Bo Nigel, the proud US wrestler. Yeah, Bo Nigel was the most disappointing of them all. Damn. I don't know, guys. I'm feeling like Alice Edelin might have taken that one, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know who won that round, but Alice looked good at the end, man. On my Bourne the absolute savage, raging war against the Paul Craig and Ardia. Oh, shame, man.
No takedowns. No takedowns. Okay?
It's sad because Bo Nickel thought he was better than he actually was.
Sorry, Max, jump in.
Oh no, he wasn't better than he thought he was. I didn't say that properly. He wasn't better than he thought he was.
Cormier versus Team Sonnen, coaches and UFC Hall of Famers DC and Chael Sonnen lead teams in welterweight and flyweight hopefuls as they compete
Who
for
do you
national
think?
contract
Who do you think won that round, guys?
Tuesday on ESPN2, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Plus. To miss the premiere, watch
Oh, let's go, Alice.
little headlock there. Dos Santos got a little careless, started pushing too much.
The Romanian.
Longtime coach of Derek Lewis and Santos, Dos Santos saying, need you to turn it up. They acknowledge that they dropped that first round. Wanted to get him close for the takedown.
It's just easier said than done. She's got to begin from kicking range. She's got to get her jab working out there and put some traffic in the face of Ardelian. Because right now she's just waiting a little bit too much to find the well. There's the timing.
Pretty quickly, they were also asking for more head movement. She gets trapped again by Ardelian, and I think there was a little scrape to the eye.
Who's winning? I think Alice is winning, man. Dos Santos not doing anything. I think Alice was landing the bigger shots towards the end of the round, and that normally usually gives you the round in the judges' eyes. So I think Alice won the first round, and the second round she's still doing pretty well. So I think Alice is winning. Uh, damn, damn sausage. Who do you guys think is going to win? I put money on this. I think Alice is winning. So far, I think Alice is winning. Dos Santos looked decent early in the fight. Dos Santos looked decent early in the fight, but Alice is just beating her up right now. Shoshan Megi, Dos Santos is trash, man. I should have went with the 34-year-old with an OnlyFans. Yeah, I mean it still could go either way, but it seems like Alice has better cardio. It feels like Alice is a little bit more active, throwing out a little bit more volume, is landing a little bit of the bigger shots. So if Alice continues, like she also has good takedown defense. So if this continues, Dos Santos is going to definitely lose this fight. Uh, well, my Dos Santos gotta do a Leon Edwards head kick to win. Damn sausage. What does the fight? When does the fight finish? There's like 7 minutes left. Like we are 2 rounds. We are 2 minutes into the second round right now. We are 2 minutes into the second round. I mean, Dos Santos lands a couple of decent shots, but um, wow, Dos Santos is actually starting to fight back. I mean, these defended takedowns look bad in front of the judges, man. Dos Santos has landed pretty decent shots. I feel like she should try to just stand instead of trying to take the fight to the ground because it looks a bit closer when she tries to strike and she lands a bit decently. But I still feel like Alice Adeline is. I think Alice Adeline might be up 2 rounds, but let's see how it goes. Thank you for streaming. Thank you, Dem Sausage. Welcome to the stream, man. Hope to see more of you. Shoshot McGee, are they sparring or fighting? I mean, all WMMA fights look like sparring. Um, Wamai, was DC busy eating while Chiesa was commentating? Why are you saying that? That's crazy to say, man. That's crazy.
Artelion quick to respond with a right hand of her own. Big moments there for Dos Santos to try to get herself back into fight.
Oh! Oh!
Finish off round two. Back to the final round after this.
I don't know, man. Um, it feels like Alice won these two rounds, but it's close enough for the judges to give it to Dos Santos. I mean, it depends on who the UFC wants to win, I guess. Not even just the UFC. Let me not say that because it sounds like I'm saying things. But it's very dangerous, man, to say things without any proof. So I don't know if it's the UFC, but definitely robberies happen a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alice had a lean. I mean, I always get robbed, so I feel like Alice Adeline actually has been doing better, throwing more volumes, landing bigger shots. Obviously, Dos Santos has been landing maybe two, three, four, five big shots, but consistently, I feel like Alice Adeline was doing better. So I think she should be up 2-0, but it is what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if they rob her. That's the nature of the sport. I've become accustomed to having decisions go against me. Um, what am I? I can't handle 5 hours of Chiesa talking, man. Unfortunately, today we are going to listen to Chiesa talking for the majority of the card because, like I said, there's like 10 fights, so that means we're going to have to listen to him actually talk and give us his opinion on all these fights and next week's card. It looks like that's what we're going to get, unfortunately. Um, what is happening? Um, Santos needs a finish, and that isn't happening. But like I said, who you think the best commentators are? The best commentators for me would be obviously John Anik. For me, best commentating combines a bit of a lot of analysis and fight knowledge with a bit of humor, right? So even though I don't feel like John Anik has that humor, I'd say I enjoy DC commentating. I think DC has that combination of a bit of humor and understanding of the sport. I'd say followed by John Anik. John Anik might not be the funniest guy, but his analysis is so polished that you forgive him for not having humor. I used to like Joe Rogan, but I don't feel like he adds much to fights, you know? So I'd say number three for me would be Michael Bisping, sadly. Um, because, like I said, for me, in a commentator, I look for both humor and as well as um, well, my Bisping and DC are the funniest in my opinion. I agree, and they have a little bit of not a little bit. They are former fighters, so they have a lot of information about the sport. So yeah, I would honestly be inclined to actually agree with that. Um, that's why I was like, for me, number one would be DC. Number two, I think would be John Anik. Number three would be Michael Bisping for me. Those are the people that I would enjoy listening to. And surprisingly, Laura Senko is not too bad, just that she sometimes has horrible takes. Not sometimes, like frequently, she has horrible takes. So that's basically the problem. Bisbin talks about himself in the middle of a damn fight. I get you, but ultimately, I like humor. Maybe it's because I also watch WWE simultaneously with the UFC. So maybe that's why my preference for commentators leans more towards leans more towards humor and entertainment as opposed to too much analysis. For me, Paul Felder and what do you call him? Dominic Cruz. Like I think I would fall asleep just listening to them. Paul Felder, Dominic Cruz, and who's that other guy? I forgot his name. Oh, that combination, man! It feels like the Ultimate Fighter. It feels like the Contender series. So I prefer. I mean, apart from Bisping, who would you take? Joe Rogan over Michael Bisping. Um, well, to be honest, I feel like they all have terrible takes at times, but during shit fights, Bisping can sort of make it more entertaining. I agree with you, man. That's why I'm like I would go with I would go with Bisping over Rogan or anyone else. So my top three would be DC, John Anik, and Michael Bisping. To be honest, um, Shoshan McGee. I like his interviews, but that's it. Damn. Um, Bisping is better than Rogan, 100%. I agree. I'm with you there, man. I would take a Bisping commentary over a Rogan commentary all day. Shoshan McGee. They need to bring Dan Hardy back. He was the best. Maybe it's because obviously I started watching full time MMA. I started watching full time MMA about 2018, 2019, right? Before then, I was watching a couple of clips, fights there and there. I didn't know where to actually watch the UFC, to be honest. So that means the UFC is doing a bad job at actually promoting themselves. That's why I was saying during this particular fight that, I mean, during this particular stream, that the UFC is doing so well because there are so many content creators pushing them. So it makes it a little bit more discoverable, right? So for me personally, um, because I started watching because I started watching the sport in 2018, 2019, I didn't have the experience to it. Yay! I picked Alice Adeline. So I think I didn't experience Dan Hardy as much. So maybe you're right. But so far my top three: DC, John Anik, and Bisping. Um, uh, Shawshank McGee, imagine losing to a 34-year-old with an OnlyFans. When it happens in the UFC, doesn't Shona Benon have one? Okay, let me not say things I'm not sure about, but I feel like UFC, a lot of UFC female fighters have OnlyFans. Am I wrong? Especially early in their careers. Um, so DRS brother, hi man, what up man? Welcome to the stream. Well, I was actually worried about my pick of Alice Adeline, and I actually got it right. Wamai, I think Bisping, DC, and Nick definitely the top three. I agree with you, man. I'm glad we're on the same page. Um, Them the sausage who won Alice Adeline. Like I told you, I felt like she was doing more, landing bigger shots, and even at the beginning of the fight, that's why I was like, I feel like Alice Adeline is the better fighter. But I didn't know how she would perform after she lost to Shauna Benon. Wamai, I'm biased towards Bisping because he's British though. I mean, I'm not British. I'm South African, but I still feel like if you tell me what's the All Star, not All Star, what's the best commentary team, not not for a good card, but like I think it's easy to have a commentary team for a good card. Let's say you are watching the worst Apex card. What do you guys like? Give me your top your three commentators for a horrible Apex card. Like who would you want to listen to for a horrible Apex card? Like you know it's gonna be a terrible card. Who would you like to hear on the commentary team? For me, it's Bisping, it's Anik, it's DC. I know they're gonna be funny. Shoshat McGee, good pick, Unc. I appreciate that, man. I'm looking forward to being consistent. Hopefully I get really good picks on this particular card. Um, so yeah. Dem sausage. Do you know which fight is next? And do you think who do you think will win? The next fight is Balaji Oki versus um I don't know. Is it Michael as well? I think it's Michael as well. Let me actually check for you, my guy. Yeah, I think it's Balaji Oki versus Michael as well. I think Balaji Oki should win. If Balaji Oki loses this fight, then they should cut him. Shoshat McGee, John Anik, Paul Felder, DC. Okay, that's not a bad combination. That's not a bad combination. But why Paul Felder? What do you like about the Paul Felder? Shoshat McGee. Um, why not? Oh, so basically, maybe let me ask this question: what do you look for when you're listening to a commentator? Well, my Bisping will banter the fighters. So he's essential for trash Apex cards. Yeah. Um, I agree with you. I agree with you. So in all honesty, for me, on a trash card, I would much rather listen to DC Bisping and John Anik. But for some reason, I feel like John Anik, DC, and Joe Rogan have amazing chemistry. I think it's more because of friendship and not because of they not because Rogan is that great at commentating. I think it's because they are friends, so the chemistry in the commentary team is usually pretty good. The chemistry, not the commentating specifically from Rogan, but their chemistry, like you feel like it's a group of friends having a conversation about fights. So the chemistry, obviously, I would say it's Rogan, it's Anik, it's DC. But when we talk about specifically, um, what do you call it? When you talk about specifically who is, you know what? Ryan Dos Santos was such a massive favorite. I expected her to win. I genuinely expected Ryan Dos Santos to win that fight. Even though I picked Alice Adeline, I was doubtful. Anyway, Shoshat McGee, Oki is about to bully this man. Yeah, man. I mean, Oki should be cut if he loses this fight. Shoshat McGee, Paul just says what's happening in the fight. not so much BS talk. Yeah,
Just 24
I
years old,
agree.
but he's got a maturity well
I
beyond
agree,
his
but you
years.
know what? Paul is also a bit biased.
Starting tonight, any
But
fighter making their
what
debut
am I
wearing
saying?
a
All of them are
significant
biased.
patch, which will
So
be inserted into a future
that's not
set of
even a fair
gloves.
comment.
UFC trading cards, the full patch will be
Mama,
featured
I
in the
can't take
1-of-1
the
autographed card
constant glaze
commemorating the
commentary.
debut of the fighter. One of the top
Who
UFC trading cards
glazes?
you never
Who's
know
the
when you
glaze
might get
commentary?
that 1-of-1, and as well, making a little bit of history there. And Laura, you were front and center for that epic fight last year.
Listen, you're gonna want to keep your eye on that patch. That patch could be worth something in the future with this young man. He's got such a tremendous skill set. That fight was bananas. Michael Aswell threw 325 significant strikes, a contender series record. And if you remember,
Rogan is
guys,
a
Dana gave
tear
both fighters
glazer.
their show and their win. First time in
I agree. I honestly fully agree.
show
Sadly.
history. That tells you the type of fight that he was.
It's- Rogan is lazy gone. Jordan McGee, that's how I feel about DC if they start to wrestle.
But when it comes to his style in general, Michael Aswell is a technical pressure boxer who
What
likes to
about
get out
DC?
there
You feel
and
like
in your
DC
face.
glazes
His striking is
wrestlers?
very fundamental. A lot of ones, a lot of twos.
Actually, what am I saying? Yeah, DC glazes a lot of
The way that
wrestlers, man.
he
Why is Balaji Oki standing there? Wamai, DC goons to wrestling. But apart from that, he's funny.
Kind of feels like a movie DC with this ominous entrance from Bolaji Oki, who
That's crazy.
became the fourth
That's
longest fighter in
crazy.
UFC history. He also impressed on Dana White's Contender Series
I can imagine, like,
2023 when he earned a first-round
the
knockout.
description you
Since then,
just
his
gave
split
is crazy.
UFC appearances said he was
It's
pretty
crazy.
himself for a highlight
Short
performance and
McGee,
abandoned the
yeah,
game plan in the past. If he follows the game
that
plan,
is
he's got all the
on
skills to make a run. Well,
knock on his
something
game.
to being from the Contender Series. You come onto the show with hype.
Oh yeah,
And when you
no.
first fight, you
I
expect
mean,
every fight to go
I
the way
agree,
that it
man.
did.
What
He
my
got beat, right?
American and
But he
Dagestani
abandoned the
wrestlers
game
make
plan.
DC hard.
In this fight, he fights a guy that he hasn't prepared for, someone that he doesn't feel is on his level. I asked Aswell, he said, I think he's slow.
Wow.
I think he doesn't really move his feet well, and I don't believe he'll be able to handle my power. Now, when you look at Balaji Oki, you expect him to be a powerful man. And he has shown that time and time
Okay,
again.
better
That
toss
says
him
that
around.
he
I
has to
agree.
make
Short
sure
McGee.
that he doesn't allow
Oh
himself to
my.
be backed up by Aswell.
He
And he's
watches
the one
Grabo
that
hard
says the
before
triple
bed.
fight. The fastest way to get you tired is to make you run backwards, like Dominic Cruz always says. That is what anyone will try to do.
we're in for
The
one
sad part is I can see him actually watching Grabo hard.
Balaji Oki has some of the cleanest counter striking we've seen at this level. The way that he's
DC
able to
loves
hold
wrestling
guys
too much,
in his
man. I
counters,
agree.
it's amazing. The precision.
Like
Watch
whenever
from
you
the knees, watch
whenever
from the
there's
body shots.
criticism
The way
against
that he mixes
wrestlers,
it up, goes to the body, goes to
DC
the
will
head,
be the
back
first
to the
one to
body.
come and
Really
defend it.
sophisticated stuff. Where he shows his rawness a bit, though, is in the defense. What he's done with his combinations. So look for Aswell to capitalize on those.
Balaji Oki looks a little bit more lean, or is it just me?
After winning his UFC debut in February of last year, looks to start a new
Wow,
winning
man, that's
streak tonight.
550. That's crazy.
Michael Aswell fights out
Shashat
of
McGee, if two people start to wrestle in a Popeyes, he would lose his shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC lightweight division. It's fighting.
Why? Because it combines his love for food and wrestling.
10 wins.
You guys are insane.
He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in 155 pounds, fighting out of Houston, Texas. Michael, the Texas Kid, Aswell Jr. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 9 wins, 2 losses. He stands
Corny. Oh, I'm actually surprised that they skipped it to this fight so quickly. I would have expected, but I mean that fight went for full 3 rounds, so I get why they got their 15 minutes plus for the card. Actually, it's not 15 minutes; it's like 18 to 20 minutes. When you combine it with the walkouts and everything, it goes to like 21 minutes or 22 minutes.
But he was getting ready for a 5-round fight just weeks from now, so expects to be in shape and ready to go.
Oki looks so mad walking into the octagon.
Man, Michael as well doesn't seem like he knows how to strike, man. If Oki loses this one, I don't know.
Oki trying to stay composed while Aswell bundle of energy as he tries to get inside that reach disadvantage.
Reach and size. I mean, look the way that these two are framed up. It's clear that Aswell normally does not fight in this weight class.
Oki's busy trying to take himself out. Nice 1-2 from Oki. Wow. Oki's looking good early. Nice body shot, man. What? As well looks like a featherweight. Yeah, man. He looks really small. Shot McGee. Oki looks off balance. Yeah, man. He keeps on falling and. And even when he gets touched up, I don't know what's happening with him. Bambi Oki. Damn.
Laura, you know what would really serve Aswell well? Is to just grab Oki's leg. It's literally right there. Just
Wow.
grab it.
He started as a wrestler, too. He started as a wrestler.
Social McGee overextending on almost every punch. Yeah. I agree. And it's a bad look to be a prospect having close fights with people who are coming on short notice. And I know the guy apparently was preparing for a five-round fight. But still, man, for a minus 500 favorite, I don't know, man. But he's doing pretty decently, I guess.
Aswell believes that Oki, all the power in the muscles is going to start to fatigue over time. He feels like his pace and pressure will allow for him to really take over the fight as we get into round 2 and 3.
And when you talk about that strategy too, DC, Oki admitted that he chased the finish in his last fight. And here he comes to this one saying, this guy's not on my level. It's going to be such
Mama is Oki Ugandan. I don't know. I saw him holding a Nigerian flag. And I don't know what the other flag is from, where the other flag is from. So it seems like he's part Nigerian. I don't think the other flag is African. I don't know. You guys can tell me. It looked like a Romanian flag or something like that.
Even that little front kick that Aswell threw, anything other than just a pure boxing match, you've got to give guys more to think about.
Oh!
That was an offbeat beginning. That was beautiful timing.
Extended that combination through to 4 strikes instead of 1 and 2. And the end of this round is really starting to swing in Aswell's favor.
It is. He's getting that respect.
So Balaji Oki is being touched up by Michael as well.
20 to go in the round. When he mixes it into his longer combinations, that's when it really was working for him. So Michael Aswell weathered the early storm, each with big moments.
Oh! Well, my damn. I haven't seen either flags. Yeah, I saw the flags when he was walking out. Shoshan McGee, damn, that round was too close. Yeah, especially towards the end because I felt like Michael Aswell was actually landing pretty decently. I'm about to go 0-2. Do you really? I don't think. I think maybe Oki might have gotten that round, but it didn't look well at the end because it just feels like he's fading. Shoshan McGee, Oki is not impressing me. Yeah, man. He looks terrible, and I realized that he would have probably lost had Michael Modero's not pulled down.
Check out ESPN's MMA show, Good Guy, Bad Guy.
Shoshan
Me and Jill
McGee,
Son, and watch us on YouTube.
Oki needs to mix it up. Way too close on the feed. Yeah,
Every Monday and Thursday, don't miss it.
it is actually very, very, very close on the
Special
feed.
surprise guest on Good Guy, Bad Guy. We got a big one this week.
You guys need a buddy cop movie.
Make sure you tune in. We got a big one. A guy that has some answers.
Yeah, wow, how about that?
Yeah.
Oki really mixing it up here, spinning, kicking.
I love the corner as
Well, my
They said, hey,
who even is Aswell? I don't even know him, man.
to
Let me actually check.
they wanted to go to the body a little
Let me actually check who Aswell
They want
is.
him to get close and find the elbows as well, DC.
Oki's the one that's going to the body though, and effectively. Nice knee.
Whoa.
Opposite stances. Oki from the southpaw there. Now he's switching back to conventional.
Shoshan McGee, dude is just eating Oki shot.
Another left from Oki. Time as
And that can be discouraging, man.
significant striking numbers are neck and neck, but Oki clear power advantage. Oki was a minus 660. Remember it.
Oh.
Started the fight, and it's near a point foot now after 5 minutes.
Yeah, because Aswell's going forward. The last shot of the last round, and you saw he was kind of building momentum, but Oki seems to have steadied himself now, though.
Well, my time for him to
And just when you think
time for him to become an Apex Hall of Famer.
lands something to get back.
Rene the Rizlo, the Bolaji finna get KO'd or something. I don't know, man. It's looking bad. Even though I think Balaji Oki might actually squeak out a win, a decision, but this is a bad look for him. A bad look.
Change the jab to
I'm Shoshan McGee. Get this guy a contract. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Especially because he's a smaller guy and he's performing pretty good, pretty decently. But I mean, he was preparing for a 5-round fight, so it's not like the guy is coming in on short notice and off the couch. So the guy was actually preparing for a fight. Shoshan McGee, Oki sucks at boxing range, he gets it with everything. I don't know why he doesn't try to grapple. Well, my Oki's not okay. What do you mean? You think he came into the fight? I don't know. Not feeling like himself. I honestly think he looked like really in shape.
Oki goes to the body again.
Shoshan McGee, seems like if Oki isn't going first, he sucks.
You
Yeah,
can see him really starting to
I agree.
use his size to get after Aswell. Marching forward. Presence in the octagon is so important. Nice. just for those two. And now trying to run him down.
Well done by Aswell to skate out of that one.
Oh.
Velasquez picking it up. I love this by Velasquez. A lot of pressure.
And he's not rushing it. He's not rushing it. He's not falling in love with these shots that he's landing. And get too far beyond himself. Because Aswell will make him pay if he does.
Yes.
I'm sure the UFC were hoping they get decisions. Because if it was all finishes, they were screwed. Imagine if every fight ended in the first round. They would have cried, I'm sure. They're like, we only have 10 fights. Why are you guys finishing? Well, my Oki not looking as dominant as the odds suggested. Looks huge though, I agree. I was like, damn, for someone who's minus 550, he's making the fight pretty close. I'm sure the live odds are actually pretty close, a lot closer. But he is winning the fight. I would say Balaji Oki is up 2 rounds, but yeah, he's not winning the way he should be winning. That's for sure. Oh my goodness. Short McGee, Oki took over that round. I agree. Still was close, but he actually, I think he's up 2 rounds in my opinion. Yeah, I 100% agree. Oof. Shoshan McGee is still not a good look though. Yeah. The other guy is coming in on short notice. He's making it too competitive. Getting hit a lot. He clearly needs to work on his striking defense. This is like how Leon would win if he fought Masvidal so far. I agree. It would actually be close, but he would edge out a win.
Talks about his passion for competition. Catch it all on June 4th on UFC's official YouTube channel.
Thanks very much, Megan. Oban Elliott was supposed to fight tonight. Back to the action at hand where Michael Aswell ate a couple of big shots from Balaji Oki early in round 3.
Aswell would want him to go to the body.
Shoshan McGee, Masvidal will probably just get the leg kick off by Leon. Yeah. Plus, at this point, he's past his prime, so whatever speed he had at the time is not gonna work. Maybe prime Masvidal might have had a shot, but the current one, no way. Yeah, Joe Rogan would glaze a brutal 48-47 leg kick war. Man, that's crazy. Wow.
Nice stuff in there. Aswell, I hear somebody from the Aswell side yelling pressure. They need him to pressure. He's down 2 rounds now. He's got to go win this round and try to finish the fight.
And in order to pressure the guy that's hitting harder, you have to do more.
Yes.
So while he's putting together some nice combinations, he's going to have to do even more than he normally would.
He's fighting well.
Shoshan McGee. Joe, this is as good as it gets.
It's taking an effect on it. Aswell needs to get forward, get in his face, and get close, like his coaches said. They said get close, get to his body a little.
Joe, this is as good as it gets, gentlemen. Yeah, that's when you know Joe Rogan is enjoying a fight. Well, my if you didn't watch and just listen to Rogan talk about leg kicks, you'd think someone was getting an amputation. Yeah, if MMA, if you were listening to commentary alone like a podcast, it would sound like someone was getting like battered. Yeah, the commentary team is very biased sometimes. A lot of the time, actually, yeah, basically a lot of the time.
As he, continues on in the UFC, but Malagioki, they're too powerful through 13 minutes.
Oh my goodness, just the chin of Aswell. A lot of guys would have gone down. If one didn't put him down or the sustained damage, taking that many shots over the course of 15 minutes would have made them go down.
Balaji Oki gets hit too much, man, and it happens too often for my liking.
Right hand right from Aswell. Starting to find some energy in the latter half of this final round.
You can tell that Aswell was training for something big because he's in phenomenal shape. You don't take these types of shots without being in shape.
Shot McGee Joe. That's gonna cause a blood clot for sure. Well, he may end up in a wheelchair from these leg kicks, folks. Imagine listening to MMA commentary, and it's a podcast. But it'll probably be the most exciting thing ever, as long as you don't see what's actually happening.
I'm excited to see his future.
125 just to the head. Absorbed from Aswell. Excuse me, going to the leg from Aswell. On the side of Oki. Final seconds. Aswell landed the right, but Oki still undeterred, walking him down.
Shoshan McGee, Oki throwing shots without his feet on the damn ground. Now, Oki doesn't seem like he knows how to strike, man. He looked very sloppy. AI fights are better than WMMA fights. Why my, there was an off field shot to WMMA. What happened? Where did that come from? Shoshan McGee, Oki's striking isn't anything I thought it was. Terrible boxer. I'm with you there. I actually thought he was better than he actually is. Today I was shocked. It clearly seems like he would have lost against Medeiros, Markel.
It's on ESPN News later that afternoon, and of course the post show follows the main event on E+. There is Michael Aswell making his UFC debut.
It looks like I'm up 2 fights, but still early in the night. There's still 8 more fights to go, so.
Too big, too strong, too powerful. And certainly we expect
So yeah,
to get his name read for his second UFC win.
the generational WMMA run of Shona Benon versus Pooja Toma is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, the judges score cards for decision.
Wow.
3 judges score this contest. 29, 28.
Shoshan McGee, he's just a guy hunting for a KO. Don't see him making it to the top 15. Yeah, I agree. He's not even good enough to to stay for long in the UFC. I can see him being cut eventually, unless he improves and maybe changes gyms. I don't know, but he lacks a lot of fundamental skill. Well, my he's Belgium. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, so it means that it's Belgium and Nigeria. Yeah, Belgian and Nigerian. I agree, Aaron. Those are the two flags he had. Jordan McGee, he's just a big athletic guy. Yeah, I think he should find better striking coaches and people who can game plan. I think one of the things that Ilya Tuporia has successfully done was make sure that he finds a way to get good people who can game plan and people who can help him work on his striking and wrestling, which is actually important because I honestly feel like Charles Oliveira has a shot at actually upsetting Ilya Tuporia, to be honest. Well, my honestly just gets extra aura from being a big African, athletic African. Yeah, that's actually true, man. Sadly, that's actually the case. He looks very average. Shoshat McGee needs to work on his footwork ASAP. He was punching across his chest. Yeah, and he was also missing, and when he was missing, he was actually falling to the ground. Like, that was a bad look, to be honest. Sorry? And his striking defense was terrible, to be honest. His striking defense was terrible.
Coming up next, Kurt the Hurt Holloway meets Jordan the Monkey King Levitt.
At least they're not subjecting us to Michael Chiesa. It seems like the more decisions the UFC gets, the more likely we are not going to see Michael Chiesa again. If we were getting finishes, I can guarantee you that we would be seeing Michael Chiesa. Well, my Levitt is so goofy. I agree, and I picked him to actually win. Shoshat McGee, he was throwing not even be squared up and over overextends on everything but his jab. Yeah, it looks like a hog rider. Deport Chiesa. Hashtag deport Chiesa. Is it Michael Chiesa from the US? Shoshat McGee. The Rainbow gonna win. The Rainbow gonna win this one. Hope he doesn't dance. Wow. Raymond Hernandez, you think Reese clears? I think Reese will probably win, but I think for me it's 60-40. I think Reese has a 60% chance of winning. I think Dusko Todorovic is being massively overlooked. I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow pulls off an upset. But I think Reese should actually win this one. Well, my Guantanamo Bay gets a new resident. Wow. Shoshat McGee. Reese is so chinny, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree, man. And especially because Dusko Todorovic has so much power. He has so much finishing ability. Oh, I'm glad that Mateus Gamrod and Ludovic Klein is on the card. I think that's quite literally the only fight I'm excited about. Um, this card is so boring that I forgot there's actually a main card. The, I've become so accustomed to terrible UFC cards. I in my head I was like, this is basically it. The prelims are the main card. It just clocked on me. Or oh, we still have a couple of decent fights ahead, which is kind of sad. Um, While my Reese just seems like a typical Apex can. That's crazy. Uh, the kid, hello monkey. I mean, who's a monkey? Oh my goodness. Cade. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I don't even know how to respond. There's so many answers that are coming to my mind, but I'm so I don't even know if I should even respond to that. Now, now this card is just a melting pot of random fights. I agree, man. I agree. Shoshat McGee, watch Kate. She will eat your whole plate. Wamai, He's gonna ruin white boy summer. Shoshat McGee, Kate never had a date. Shoshat McGee, what do you mean? My random number generator card. Yeah, I agree. Shoshat McGee, Kate does everything but lose weight. Wow. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't feel bad for Kate. Kate came in and just said the first crazy thing that came to her mind, so it's fine.
Holloway's wife Brienne in the corner tonight. She's a two-time in her own rights.
Well, my 10-7. I agree. The only excuse for Kate is Jordan Levin calls him the Monkey King. Yeah, I would say that. I'd be like, okay, she got too excited when she heard the Monkey King, and she was like, oh, here's another one on the street. Wow, Jordan Levitt already has a takedown. Let's go. Shashat McGee. Kate looks like she sells a cereal. That's great. Frosted Flakes. I'm Kate's lawyer. I mean, it seems like she needs one at this point. Oh my goodness. Wow, Jordan Levitt already has a takedown. Let's go. I actually expected Kurt Hellebaut to perform a lot better than this. But let's see how the fight plays out. And it's still too early in the round. What? What? Now I'm regretting changing my strategy, but I mean, this always happens. I have a good card after two, three bad cards. That's exhausting. I feel like an American lawyer defending a Chinese spy.
Jordan Levitt's submission game was just something else. Against a guy as tough and as greedy as Kurt Holobaugh. Let's take a look here. Jordan Levitt working toward the back.
Show shot McGee, what did I do? It's my that's that terrible, dude.
And that moment allows for him to set up.
Please don't split. Don't do a split. I can't do a split, man. Like I can't do a split, so I mean.
And Kurt Holobaugh, I mean, it was so tight. Hollow tried to get his elbow down to create a little bit of space with his neck, but the squeeze of Jordan Levitt just so tight here, and he was out.
Wow.
And that says something when you do it to a guy like Kurt Holobaugh, as you said, as gritty, as tough as it gets.
Well, honestly, if Levitt got knocked out, it could have been the funniest thing so far. I agree. I think a lot of people underestimated Jordan Levitt because of his performance against Chase Hooper. I remember picking Jordan Levitt to be the Chase Hooper. Boy, was I wrong. But since then, the loss to Chase Hooper was aged really well. And even in my breakdown, I do live breakdowns, by the way, guys. Even in my breakdown, I did say that I feel like Jordan Levitt is significantly better than Kurt Holobaugh. Kurt Holobaugh, since coming back to the UFC, has had two terrible wins. Not terrible, but not great wins. Like, he beat the guy from the Ultimate Fighter and the most horrible fighting nerd on the planet, I think. So those are not great wins. So I was too unimpressed. And when you look at Jordan Levitt's record, it was a little bit more impressive for me. Well, honestly, if Levitt goes, well, buenas noches, Kurt. Shashat Meki, the rainbow is officially the base base for MMA. Well, I only picked the Levitt because Paddy and Hooper aren't bad losses. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the things I actually said when I was breaking down the fight. I was like, I think a lot of people are picking Kurt Holobaugh, but they are basing their picks off of like losing to someone like Chase Hooper and Paddy Pimblett, which I remember saying those are not bad losses. That's why normally when I do breakdowns, I prefer to look at the fighter's record. So in my breakdowns, I normally go through records in order to actually assess who has the experience advantage. Short McGee, sorry man, but my gaze for MMA. Short McGee, Curtis 38 with a 38% takedown defense. Yeah, it was a recipe for disaster. Well, my time for an Anthony Smith retirement video for Kurt to fill time. Yeah. Michael Chiesa is coming. We just got a first round finish. So be prepared for Michael Chiesa to take you through the next 10 minutes of UFC. Shoshat McGee, Kurt can't retire now. Can't go out to losing to a rainbow. I'm not gonna say the actual word. Shoshat McGee, he did.
I was about 7 years
He
old.
did it. He danced.
I was like super young, like 3 years old. And
We are getting the Blanchfield package now. Well, my, there's something I can't say on this app about you. I wonder what that is. You're afraid YouTube is gonna block you. Well, my, if Levin was a WMMA fighter, he'd definitely have an OnlyFans. I mean, he looks like he already does, though. No shot at him, but I mean, some of the things that he does. I wonder why he takes so long to fight. He's not very active. I wonder why. Shoshat McGee, you are out to get you. Yeah, it looks like a directed hit.
Training for a couple of years, and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. Like, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was still a kid, but I was like, that's something I know I can do, and I was already competing, and it really caught my focus.
Started training at 7. By the time she was 12, she knew she wanted to be in the UFC. And after turning pro at 18, it was a quick rise up the ranks. I don't know a fighter that, for as young as she was, has had to deal with as much expectation as Erin Blanchfield. The very moment she got into the UFC, people took note. And very quickly, it was determined.
We are getting the Blanchfield package.
She is a perfect example of what people talk about when they say the new generation of mixed martial arts.
Shoshat McGee, I think he had a kid or something along that line. Who had a kid, man?
Erin Blanchfield has reached a new level.
I'm here to be a champion, but there's no exact timeline, and I got in young for a reason. I have that time to, grow and get better, so I've never strayed away from a fight, and I think it's going to be to my benefit in the future.
By the numbers, Erin Blanchfield, significant strikes per minute. Who says she can't get it done on the feet? Top 5 in terms of that rate, and she's got to take down defense.
Shoshat McGee, let's go, Phil Ho. Let's go, man. I mean, I need the Jafel Phil Ho to actually get this one done as well. And Phil Ho is an underdog, right? But that fight scares me, man, because both of them have horrible takedown defense. That could be a really close fight. Well, my Genghis Blanchfield, according to the promo.
About Erin Blanchfield, because when you're someone who to just go straight to the top, to deal with the loss like she did against Man on Fewer, and come back and not just
Genghis Blanchfield, what do you mean?
Make adjustments.
What do you mean?
She did that. She won the fight.
That sounds so crazy, man.
That just tells you so much about the work that she has done, both in terms of her technique and in terms of
Yeah, between the ears. She's so strong between the ears. It's hard to have that level of expectation. It's hard to match that. Now,
they're not bringing us Chiesa now. We're getting the.
She said there, she goes, I will become a champion in my own time. It doesn't have to be now. That's a very mature way of approaching.
We're getting the DC breakdown.
It felt like for a while,
they're talking about her like she's Genghis Khan.
She's had that maturity since the jump. Turning pro at 18 years old, she says, I started early, so I had some time.
That's what the UFC does, man. If there are not enough fights, or if the fights end too quickly, they just ramble on about the fights for too long, just to pass by time. Shoshat McGee, Baba about dropped on the scale. I don't see her going 5 rounds. Yeah, her only shot is to actually finish early, which I don't see happening. But my Chiesa and the D team have been relegated. No, they're coming. They're coming. Either prior to the featured prelim or after the featured prelim. One of the two. We are not going to the main card without seeing Chiesa again. I can promise you that. He's coming back.
side to secure the takedown. And then once she gets here, it's working toward this Kimura finish. Erin Blanchfield here has Molly McCann going up, down, left, right, backwards. Can't figure out how she's going to escape the grip of Erin Blanchfield. Erin isolates the arm. I mean, Molly almost put it there. In this lock, right here, she will move Molly McCann onto her side as she takes her left knee over the head. Look at this, right here. There it is. She starts to pull her up to the side. Knee over the top, Molly's on her side, and then she starts cranking on the shoulder. Everybody thinks that it's the arm in a Kimura. It's the shoulder pressure that is unbelievable when a person has a real good Kimura lock.
She's just such a danger factor when it comes to the grappling. But Brendan, you said it earlier. I mean, she turned
Oh my
pro so
goodness.
young. I got to watch almost her entire career. I was at Invicta the same time she was her second pro fight, and I remember thinking at the time, this girl is special because it's not just the ground game. Her striking has continued to evolve. She's got an amazing head kick that you have to keep an eye out for. So now that she's really putting it all together, the dangerous submissions, the dangerous strikes, the kicks, she has a championship skill set and a championship mindset.
Well, Maycee Barber has had those championship
Short
aspirations.
McGee, the fact that Chiesa has a W over Tony
She needs to fight for gold.
Tony
New challenger,
Burns
5 rounds. Maycee Barber
on
says,
my bone.
I'm better as the fight goes longer. Tonight we'll really be able to see that.
You mean Tony Ferguson?
Because a lot of the
I mean,
comments they make about
he
one,
got that
you could say
win
about the other, in terms of the expectations,
when Tony
how
was
quickly they
like
rose to the
a
top. For
grandfather,
Maycee
you
Barber,
know.
when I
So,
think of her, I think of
but nonetheless, it's on his
her
record.
ability to speak out loud about herself, and it rubs some people the
Well,
wrong way.
why
It
do
rubs her
they
opponents
do
certainly rub your
WMMA
fans the wrong
mains?
way.
I honestly
It
like
can only
having the
talk like that when you have been
title
through stuff
fights
and come
as
out the other
co-mains.
side.
Yeah,
The loss to Alexa Grasso, the
I
loss to
agree.
Roxanne Modafferi, questioning everything. Am I really
I
the
agree,
superstar
but
that
I
everybody
mean,
said I was? And
I
the
think
answer
it's
is yes.
the
She came back and she's rattled off 6 wins in a row.
Absolutely. You know,
what do you call it?
Maycee Barber,
They're
she
trying
is
to.
a
It's a
bully,
business
right?
decision. I
Can
don't
I
think
get to my tell?
there's anything beyond that. They're trying to get the female market. They're trying to get women watching MMA and all those type of things. So obviously they need female fighters to headline. I think it works a little bit better in WWE than it does in MMA because MMA require like MMA is fun when it's violent, and unfortunately WMMA has a couple of violent fights. It's not necessarily the norm, right? Most of them don't know how to hurt people, you know, and they can only hurt each other if there's a skill deficiency. But if both of them are skilled, normally there isn't a lot of violence.
She's a bully. You cannot get put against the octagon side against Maycee Barber.
Well, mine, like even, well, my, like even if it's WMMA, I still wanna watch the title fight, but I don't care about top 5 ranked WMMA. I agree. I agree. Especially not for a main event. Maybe co-main event I would maybe forgive it, but co-main event I don't know, man. I mean not main event. Shoshan McGee, WMMA should be a prelim thing, or it's a co-main title fight, yeah. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen. Like I said, the UFC is trying to get more female fighters, but again, more female viewers. So they are going to put them at the top of the card, and that's why people like Mateusz Gamrot and Ludovic Klein, who could have easily been the main event, are being used to promote the entire card, basically. Because if you look at the entire card, it rests on Gamrot and Ludovic Klein. This card without Gamrot and Ludovic Klein would not have as many eyes on it as probably it does now. You know, why my they don't appeal to women well by promoting OnlyFans and Instagram model. I mean, that's the culture today, unfortunately, man. Um, it's sad to say, but in today's time, 90% or probably even more women are basically monetizing themselves in one way or another. You know, if she's pretty, she expects one, two, three, four. You need to do this, you need to do that. In today's time, like if you're a dude, you can't be in a relationship if you're broke. That's the sad part. So, I mean, OnlyFans, even if some women might criticize it and everything, a lot of them do it in other ways. Sadly, like that's why I say unfortunately in today's time you need to be, to some extent you need to have a level of independence or some level of income in order to be in a relationship, which is crazy, but yeah. And the prettier they are, the more money they want you to spend on them. Like this is not a universal thing. This does not apply to all women, but like I'd say 90% of them. Some hide it pretty well, but yeah. The only difference is that the OnlyFans ones are basically doing it publicly for a larger audience, for a live audience, whereas the others are doing it privately. Like, oh my god, you need to buy me this, you need to buy me that. Oh, you need to take me here, you need to take me there. And I'm sure in the United States and the UK, that culture is a little bit more rife than it is this side. You know? It's crazy to think that it's crazy to think that today traditional female roles are seen as oppressive, like you're a misogynist or whatever the case is. When you say, "I want my wife to cook and to bake for me and everything," you are a sexist. But the moment she says she needs a provider, she needs someone who can take care of her, pay the bills, take out the trash, it's normal. It's what a man is supposed to do. You know. So yeah, I mean that's how it is in today's times. For me personally, I just feel like the majority of women do the same thing. Just that the difference between OnlyFans and people who are not on OnlyFans is that the others are not as brave, you know, about what they want. Shoshat McGee, I got lucky. My wife is a nurse and spoils my ass. I spoil my daughter. I just pay the mortgage and they fix the yard up. Yeah, that's why I'm like it's about 90%. There's still like 10% of like pretty decent women who just want to be happy and who are not obsessed with monetizing themselves. You know, there's still a good proportion of women who don't necessarily put a price tag on themselves. You know, so shout out to you, man, and I hope you hold on to her because in today's time, people like her are very hard to actually find. Because today you are gonna pay, man. To be in love, you're gonna pay for that. We both only work 3 days a week. We are blessed. Wow, McGee, you are living the good life, Miss Wayne. You are living really nicely. You are truly blessed, man. To be able to work 3 days a week and still be able to afford your lifestyle is actually quite impressive, to be honest. So Shoshan McGee, so much time with our daughter, and we will never put her in daycare. Also, you homeschool her. Shoshan McGee, 11 years strong, and I'm only 30. Wow. So you guys met at like, you guys got married at what do you call it? At 19 years. I've noted that like a lot of Americans marry early. I wonder why. That's a good thing though. I'm just curious. I would have thought in a country like that, marriage wasn't something that a lot of people um, choose or go to, especially early. But I've seen a couple of people get married early. I wonder why. Shoshat McGee, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, brother. I really do. A lot of people don't see the beauty of it. Now, commitment is great, man, and being committed to the right person and who also who also prioritizes you is also very important because ultimately for a successful relationship both people have to be happy in that particular situation. But unfortunately today's society promotes narcissistic behavior where only only a specific group of people, only a specific gender is supposed to be catered to, and you are supposed to be a doormat. I'm also very blessed, to be honest. I'm not married yet, but I feel like I found like an incredible human being. She's a master student. Um, Probably one of the few people who actually buys me gifts. So I honestly feel like that's probably going to be my wife. But yeah, there aren't many like that. Shoshat McGee, I'm 21 and I can't imagine getting married for a long time. I hear you, Shoshat. I mean, Wamai, I hear you, but as you grow older, you realize that there will be times when you are sick, right? There will be times when you don't have, like you're going through something. There will be times whereby like you need a family, a family structure, and I think that's when that mindset is going to come in. But beyond the family structure and support, I feel like being familiar with one person, with a specific individual, even though I'm one of those people who believe in polygamy, and I genuinely think one day I am going to have more than one wife, but still, being in a committed relationship and knowing certain aspects of a person, being familiar with a person, and having that reciprocated, it feels different. I used to be like you, and I used to feel like, damn, being committed to one person for a long period of time is hard to imagine. But there's something different, like especially if you can go more than 3 years. Like I think that the 2 year, 3 year mark, I think that's when you start to get a different feeling about that particular person. The first 2 years it might be last or whatever the case is, but there's something that happens I think at the 3 year mark where you see that person differently, especially if you've been consistently treating each other well. I think I think that I don't know. Hopefully, you experience that one day. I mean, it's always fun to have different options, right? That's why I believe in polygamy. But commitment is different, man. Like, make sure that you find someone who treats you as well as you treat them, and try to make that last for like 3 years. There's a different feeling that you get. Like, I don't think you can get that from having multiple partners, but you're still young, so I guess that makes a bit more sense for you. Shoshat McGee, yep, 19 years, young. If you wait too long, only hoes are single past 25 for the most part. I mean, that's true. Shoshat McGee, you just need to find someone that wants you. That's the number one rule. I'm with you there. And someone who hasn't been touched by a lot of dudes, man. Like, that's another thing for me. I don't want to be with someone who's been with too many dudes. If anything, I would prefer to be with someone who's And I'm fortunate enough to have someone who hasn't been touched by anyone except me. You know? So when you find people like that, you stick with them. Well, I think maybe I wanna be late 20s, early 30s because I don't wanna end up marrying the wrong woman and ending up divorced. Yeah, that's also another concern of mine, especially because I'm in the legal field. And I mostly deal with divorce. Like that's my proficiency. Or rather, that's where I specialize in. Like I'm really good at divorce matters. But that's not a good thing because that also means that also means you see problems. You see old people at the age of like 50 years, 60 years getting divorced, and you're like, shit, that's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah, I hear you, but there's a different feeling that you get, man. Committed. It's something that you have to experience for yourself. Well, my one girlfriend is enough work. I could never have two. I mean, there's a way you do it. I mean, you have to be firm. It requires a lot of intelligence and mental work. And obviously, you need to be um, comfortable financially in order to be in that situation. But I always prefer to be with smart girls. So that's why the person I'm with is more qualified than I am. Like she's getting her master's, and I only have. Um, I'm doing my honors. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, she's significantly more. She's significantly more qualified than I am. That's for sure. Nascimento just grabbed the fence blatantly. I mean, as long as he's winning, I mean, I mean you're not trying to win if you're not cheating. Let's go, Filio. He's got top position. Shoshat McGee, if you find someone that wants you, the real you, she will never leave you if you treat her right. Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think I found that. Sometimes though, we mess things up because we're like, maybe there's something better out there, which is messed up. But yeah, that's true. Shoshat McGee. Then when you have kids, your whole world changes for the better. Man, I'm looking forward to that. I don't have kids, but hopefully within the next 2 years, I will. Wamai, to be honest, I feel like as long as a woman's body count isn't higher than mine, I don't mind. Okay, I honestly don't want anyone with a high body count. Even two is a lot for me, but I guess it's acceptable. Shoshat McGee, nah, brother. Fine, find you a good girl. That means she has morals. I agree. Morals will prevent a lot of bad things because also also keep in mind that false accusations can happen in a committed relationship. So if you guys fight, the probability of someone with no morals accusing you of something you didn't do is significantly high. Because like there are many cases of people who are accused of things they didn't do. So if you go around with people with no morals, you end up being in a position where you have to defend yourself again for something you didn't even do. We've seen so many cases like that happen in South Africa. Some guys, like there was this kid. Obviously, it wasn't a relationship, but it's basically an example of someone being falsely accused because a girl thought it was, I don't know, funny or whatever the case is, to make up lies, and the dude ended up taking his own life. So morality is also very important, even long term, because you might think, nah, I don't care about those things, and you find out that you find out that man, you you, you find out that man, you've put yourself in a bad situation. Am I? Yeah, having the same morals is so important. Yeah, not same morals. Someone who has morality basically doesn't have to be the same. It just has to be good morals. Shoshat Miki, Philo is looking strong. Yeah, I mean he's doing really well. So far, I think he won the first round. That's for sure. Well, mine is still single digits, so I'd say max like 4 to 5. For me, even two is a lot. To be honest, I think maximum for me would be three, especially if I plan on marrying that person. Maximum would be three. If you don't plan on marrying that person, then I guess body count doesn't matter. But if you're planning to say this is my wife, no body count is the primary goal. I'm sure Sean McGee, you don't know, red flag. Sean McGee, Phil Hall looking better than ever. Yeah, man. I actually also surprised. I actually expected Nascimento to do better, but I like the fight IQ to take the fight to the ground. Take it to the ground. Nascimento, both of them don't have good takedown defense. But I also said this in my breakdown. I was like, I expect Phil Ho to do better because he is a little bit better defensively. To be honest, I think he not defensively. He's a little bit better offensively. So because both of them are terrible defensively, I said that I would go with the guy who is a little bit better offensively on the ground, which is Phil Hall. Both of them have horrible grappling defense. Is Phil Hall grabbing the cage? Oh, okay. Um, Renier the Lord, sorry I disappeared, guys. I was away good. What? Renier the Lord, we're trying to have constructive conversations and meaningful conversations. No, Philo is on his back. I mean, Philo has horrible ground, but again, grappling defense. But hopefully he's able to stand up. I mean, both of them are terrible defensively, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Philo stays on the ground for the rest of the round. Rene the Rizlot, what streams y'all using? Shoshat McGee, better not being too McGee, Philo is the truth. I mean, his takedown defense is terrible though. Like, the only thing I worried about is they both have horrible defensive grappling. But offensively, I favor Phil Ho. Even if he loses the second round, I think Phil Ho can get the third round. Hopefully, he doesn't make another stupid decision in the third round. But I think he's going to survive to get to the bell. But he probably loses this round. He probably loses this round. But he might get discouraged to go to the ground because obviously he was on his back, but it was because of a stupid decision. But offensively, I still favor Phil Ho. I still think Phil Ho is going to be able to get the third round, hopefully.
These guys are so high level that they
Renee the
are.
Lord,
I mean,
no,
the
I
chess
ain't
match
gay,
that's going on right now
bro.
is almost
Chacho.
difficult to commentate because there's so many little things that we're seeing.
Renee the Lord, Phil Ho is gonna get a submission
Judo's
soon.
very good on the ground. When he's on
I
top.
mean,
So far, Nascimento's been able to control him pretty
I
good.
mean, Phil Ho was up. What is he doing? He doesn't know how to stand up. But I expected this.
Biggest disadvantage is to having such high level grappling. You find a comfort in being on your back. Yes, and accept it, not realizing that as time passes, you're losing the round.
Back to the
I
shoulder
mean, so it's going to be 1-1 going into the third.
You're absolutely right, DC.
So, and it was because of a stupid decision that Phil Ho made,
When you
and
have
he
a good
got
grappling game, you also have to have a good get-up game. It cannot just
he
be
lost
you
position.
playing jiu-jitsu in a UFC fight.
Renee the Lord, am I behind?
It was the best when a guy who just
Nah, I don't know. Are you behind as far as
20 to go.
Renee the Lord? Round is starting for me.
Response from
I'm
Nascimento,
not sure.
who, remember, got this top
Josh
position.
McGee, Phil Ho looks like his big brother.
Able to reverse it, probably take
Oh
rounds.
my, yeah, you like nearly 1 minute behind.
Punches out a
Damn.
big elbow in the closing seconds of the
Renee
round.
the Lord, I have Phil Ho by submission in this round now. Maybe he could have won, but his defensive wrestling is terrible. Shoshat McGee tossing that boy. Philo is stuck, yeah. Shoshat McGee, Philo will sit here all round. I agree. 1-1, yep, I'm with you. Shoshat McGee, just one wrestling class. Just one. I mean, I still feel like Filio is going to be better offensively. The problem is if he makes a mistake and gets caught on his back in this round again, he's probably going to lose the round. But defensively, I think Filho is better, and I think he can out grapple Nascimento. So it's 1-1 right now. As long as Philo is not tired, he's probably going to win. Um,
Check out ESPN's
Renier the
information.
Rizlot.
Good guy, bad
Of
guy.
course, when I
Me and
said
Chael
Philo
saw
was
it
gonna
equally
sub
on
him, he starts
ESPN
losing.
too. ESPN Plus is where we get your podcast. That's check out Monday and Thursday. Don't miss it.
Sorry,
We
man.
know this Monday show, guys. I promise you.
Goodwill, why did you redeem it?
Dean Thomas, what you got for us, my brother?
I mean, Goodwill, you love Kid Bogan. I also love Kid Boga. Whenever I'm editing, I watch Kid Boga. But I'm not Indian, dude. Or maybe you're saying I'm Nigerian. Maybe.
Doesn't want to be on his back in the next round. And I think he made a mistake by just playing jiu-jitsu on top of that last round.
Dean absolutely dropping bars with that one. You are 100% correct. And all that matters in the grappling is damage, advancement.
Like I said,
He does.
He's got his neck.
like I said,
The arm there.
Philho is better offensively. So I knew that Nascimento wouldn't get takedowns. It's only if Philho makes a mistake that Nascimento will have success. Hopefully, Philho doesn't make a mistake. Shoshat McGee, if a Brazilian is on his back, they will stay there. They think if they are in God, they are winning. Bitches, this isn't BJJ. This is peak Brazilian action. No, 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 Philo. Okay, Philo is going to lose, guys. Because
Julio's going to need way more urgency to get back to his feet, and perhaps that'll absorb the more offense from Nascimento.
He had a leg. He's got to get a little desperate here. He has got to get up. He cannot stay here for the rest of this round. And we know that Nascimento, as Dean said, is okay doing exactly this to try and win the fight.
Gives his back to
okay, I'm glad that Philo is actually fighting to get back on his feet, man. I'm not happy with the fact that Phil Ho is allowing himself to actually be controlled. I mean, Phil Ho is making stupid decisions when he has so much control. Hopefully he can reverse early. I mean, there's still 2 minutes to go in the round. Nascimento, why isn't Nascimento? What again? Phil Ho trying to stand up. Both of them are so terrible defensively. It's hard to watch, man. They're so terrible defensively. Oh my god. This is peak Brazilian wrestling. Yeah. Both of them are so terrible defensively that it's easy. I mean, Phil Ho is almost out of this particular position, but he's allowing himself to be. I guess Nascimento won this fight, guys. Nascimento won. Shot McGee. If Philo gets reversed, it's over. Yeah, he did, man. Goodwill. Bro, can you beat Anshu Jubilee in a fight? I don't know. I think he's trained enough to actually maybe beat me up. I don't know. Shot McGee. That's a wrap, boys. Yeah. Goodwill. DC yapping. Shot McGee. They don't even try to scramble. Brazilians. Goodwill. DC yapping with his mouth full of food. Shoshan McGee, Philo has zero IQ. I agree. And I mean zero. I agree. Wamai, is this National Wrestling Championships Brazil? Shoshan McGee. Can he not fight the hands and use his legs at the same time?
It was an interesting fight on
Philo should have stayed in school. He should have stayed in school. I agree. Shoshan McGee, he probably can't chew gum and walk.
This was the closest submission attempt by far of the entire fight. That very close.
Well, I feel the type of guy to count using his finger.
The problem was that when Nascimento had that superior position, he just didn't. Interesting to see how this one goes.
Brandon Moreno versus Asa Glade.
Our winner of 12 in a row, meanwhile, Marab, the machine, Wallace Rui, his bantamweight throne. Former champ Sugar Sean on the other side.
Shots on McGee, more like BJJ than MMA. I mean, I knew this would happen if both of them are both defensively terrible, but it just seems like Philo got tired and was controlled.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3.
What's happening?
Judges score this contest 29-28 for the winner.
a while since you've been in the octagon. How happy are you with your performance after grinding out a victory like you just did?
Long time I to see you. You miss me?
Yeah, it's been a while.
So it's so hard to be so long from this place, but I'm very happy to get back here to make my what I love to do. So let's get started. A new start in UFC.
You have spent a lot of time around mixed martial arts while you haven't been fighting. How important is it to be still around the sport, cornering guys as you're waiting to get back in the octagon?
You know, you have a lot of a big team with me, and we have a lot of UFC fighters. So I always inside this work, this job in the UFC. That's the difference for us. So I'm really happy.
That knowledge was on display. Let's take a look at your work here. You were able to counter every time he got high, and your top control. You know how talented a grappler he was. Were you surprised that you were able to control him so well when you were in top position?
So, you know, long time away from this. The first round I make me strange inside, you know, but the second, third round, I take
Shogun McGee, I'm not ever gonna pick a Brazilian to win ever again. I guess that means you're picking Ilya Tuporia to win, I guess. Unofficially. Or officially, you're going with Ilya Tuporia. I don't blame you, man. But even in my breakdown, I actually highlighted the fact that both of them were so terrible defensively that I expected it to go like this, basically. I just favored Filio because I felt like he was better offensively, and he was, but it seems like he got tired, started making stupid decisions, and ultimately cost him the fight. Well, my Filio, the type of guy to cover his ears when the fire alarm goes off. Hashtag Bomb Brazil. The Brazilian hate is crazy. Renier the Rizlog. And yep, it's official. I'm no longer changing from what my initial pick was when the fight was announced. I hear you, man. Shout out McGee. Let's call Brazil Palestine. So the Sue Bond. Oh my goodness.
She is devastation personified.
I've gone through so much that this girl is just another person that's in the way of me.
Oh my goodness.
It's a flyweight gold rush, and two of the division's elite are coming for the title. First, sparks will fly in a high projection by lightweight, as Poland's great gamer is within striking distance of the top.
You guys are crazy, man. Shout out McGee. It was two Brazilians, what the fuck do you expect? Two disappointments if he had and then he would have just got his bag taken in round 3. Shout out McGee. What is in the water down there? They all have minus IQ. Oh my goodness. The garden pool was promised to the Oh my goodness, guys. The garden pool was promised to them. The gun pool was promised to them 3,000 years ago. It's their birthright. On the other hand, Kobe was right. Brazil is a down. What? Why? Why Brazil? Why? Focus on Brazilian MMA. Why Brazil as a whole? Kobe the GOAT. Shoshan McGee. That's crazy. We just didn't know it. Oh my. Maybe child had a point. It's not a bro pump, pump and the pump. Shut up, McGee. We didn't know what we had when we had it. Kobe is the goal. He was boasting with Messi. Shut up, McGee. Brazilians drive pure fluoride. Let me cook. I didn't watch the fight. But how Alan win though? Low IQ, man. Filio, Filio was winning that fight and he just made stupid decisions. Both of them, but in their defense, both of them have horrible defensive wrestling. And I said it in my breakdown. I was like, both of them have a horrible defensive grappling. I just went with Filio because I felt like, even though both of them have had a horrible defensive grappling, I felt like Filio would be better offensively, and I was right. But for some reason, Filio allowed himself to be reversed. He allowed himself to be in bad positions. Like, why would you allow yourself to be so high up on someone's back? He made that mistake in the first round, in the second round, and made that mistake in the third round. Like, but both of them, in fairness, they both have horrible defensive wrestling. So I knew, and I called it in my breakdown. I was like, both of them are horrible defensively, so anything can happen. Shot on McGee. Brazil drinks pure Floyd. What does that even mean? Remember, it's not the Brazilians just be drinking Polonium water. Put the quarantine on us, Brazil. The guys are non-stop. They have an average of 25 chromosomes. What? What are you saying?
Exactly, Brendan. It's pretty rare
Remember
to
this
see
love
someone in the top 10
gave you to zombie.
their opponent has the number next to their name, but for Mateusz Gamrot, it has been all about getting competition, and he has been wanting to fight, and he said, listen, I'm not here to be calculated.
Well, my hashtag petition to ban Brazil.
Either was booked or turned down the matches against him. So he said when he was offered the contract against Ludovic Klein, he immediately signed on the dotted line and flew to South Florida at American Top Team, his home gym, for about 4 months.
Oh,
He did
guys.
not waste a single moment there. A huge focus
You guys
for
are
him is
making
what
my
coach
flu
strength and
worse.
conditioning. Now he believes his last matchup against Dan Hooker was a
They have a combined IQ of minus
sailed him in that final round, which may has
no.
it's a mistake he never wants to make again.
I love.
On that tonight, he wants to not
When we get things wrong because
show that he's good
our
at
combs is funny and shit.
grappler. We know how good his wrestling is, but he also
But
wants to show his abilities on the
I feel like Brazil always gets the heat. Like,
highlight for a reason. Ludovic Klein with 10 first-round finishes.
man, like, guys, he's out of Brazil. Hashtag petition to ban Brazil.
Distance and footwork will fight a role for him. And also, if he gets taken down, which he does expect to, he has
Oh my,
absolutely
UFC, nobody was happening the filming of
this
this.
could be a life-changing night in our co-main event. But for more perspective on the first fight, let's throw it on over to Mitzi Betts. Thank you, Megan. Dusko Todorovic and Zach Reese have finished 18 of 20 combined wins, so this matchup screams violence. No wonder why this total is heavily juiced to the under at 1.5 rounds, but I've got to find something similar for a better price. Excuse me. I've got to find something similar for a better price. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got to find something similar for a better price, and I am betting on... Oh, my goodness.
Minty Beds. What's happening with Minty Beds?
Yeah, I'm betting on a second-round finish because everyone is loving a first-round finish here. I'm betting
Minty
a
Beds
round
is
two
blushing
plus
with whoever.
250. Brendan, back over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Minty. Second round finish in this first fight of a 6-fight.
What's happening with Minty Beds? What's happening with Minty Beds, guys? She's busy flossing her lines over and over again. I don't know if she's blushing or what's happening. UFC, nobody was harmed in the filming of this event. This needs to be. This needs to be in the next best comments. This week I couldn't do them. I had so much. I started a company with my cousin, so that took up so much of my time. But I promise I'm going to add these to the next best comments. This is hilarious. UFC, nobody was harmed in the filming of this event. That's crazy, man. Well, my really, yeah, this turns into stand-up comedy when we get picks off. My BJJ will go in my nose. Shosho Mickey, BJJ Blue Jay. How have I never put this on scale? Shosho Mickey, it's all starting to make sense. But Brazilian keeping the stereotype stuff. Shosho McGee. I'll never go another. I'll never go to another Brazilian steakhouse again. Shosho McGee. Korea from here.
And he's got another one in his sights tonight. Coming up next, Savage Reese.
You guys are crazy, man. Oh my goodness. The main card has started, guys. Okay, it hasn't started. It's like they're still walking out. Please replace every Brazilian with an Australian or black guy from the hood. Yeah, that was a terrible display of MMA, man. Justice for Duma. Hashtag free Dumas. That's crazy. I can imagine people in future saying I'm terrible for reading these comments, but they're hilarious. That's all. Oh my goodness. But Brazil keeping the stereotype strong. What's that comment? Wow. They're keeping the stereotype strong. Dumas has the IQ of a Brazilian, to be fair. Brazilian brain with black strain. The second grade. Throughout this year. Oh my god. Ah. I guess that means Pantoja's reign is ending this year. or when is Pantoja? Oh, when is Pantoja fighting? He's fighting on UFC 317. Am I wrong? I guess his reign is ending because he's the only Brazilian champion at this point. Ah, that was a good laugh. But my Pantoja is a fever dream, and actually is a Russian called Pantoja. I mean, to be fair, he trains at American top team, so he doesn't train at a classic Brazilian team like Shoot the Box or something. So I guess we shouldn't give credit to Pantoja as a Brazilian because he trains in America, I guess. Ah. Wow, Reese looks huge, man. Damn. Dude looks like he can make but again, light heavyweight or even heavyweight if he wanted. Man, he's massive. Joshua McGee, if Reese gets KO'd, we need to export him to Brazil. Take that defense. He should have been right. I mean, Disco could do it, you know? Well, my UFC really washed. UFC is really washed. When Zachary reaches the fight, I'm most excited for. Now the UFC doesn't care about us anymore. They're like, you'll take what we give you. Shut up and take it. That's basically the UFC. Yeah, rough call. But my, if this isn't around 1 KO, I will care KMS if they get out and reach clinch. Is there a rage clinch though? That's great.
I love how he kicked right into that too.
Wow. Yeah, man. Like that's why I was like, Dusko Todorovic might surprise us, but Reese is actually doing pretty decently. Wow. Either someone dies or the diminished lynch control is the only answer in this fight. Send him to Brazil. I've seen him out. Send him to Brazil. I've seen him out.
Yeah, Zach's got to get his head out of there, or he's got to posture super, super hard. You cannot allow your head to hang out like that.
Some cheers and 2-3 heads. Sao Paulo slam.
He's got to start to shift that lock a little bit more in the opposite direction.
But he's just going to hang out here until he finds a moment to do that. I mean,
and make Zach Ruiz carry his weight. Oh, yeah. That's a really good thing. To make him carry his weight. Zach's doing a good job there attacking the hands. He keeps. Ruiz keeps putting himself in trouble here. He's got to attack the hand of Dusko. There he is, 2 hands on one, baseball back there. If you take 2 hands to 1, yes, now you can find your way out.
you can kind of see him switching back and forth between the
Dusko is doing pretty decently, man. Reese is not looking good at all. Yeah, but that's basically what I was saying, man. In the breakdown, I was like, I think this fight might be a little bit more difficult than a lot of people are anticipating. Because Dusko has fought decent competition, high finishing rate, pretty decent skills. I just feel like because he's been losing to specific people, a lot of people have been underestimating him. But it seems like he's getting tired. I think all that grappling has made him tired. Zachary Reese looks a little bit more fresh, so most likely Zachary Reese is going to start taking over. Unless if the Reese is also getting tired, because I can see that he's been pressured. He's been pressured to the fence. I think Shoshan McGee called it a range clinch. Is it a range clinch? Oh, it was Wamai said. It's going to...
He's going to start looking to play this leg lock in here, though. Nope, he's going to get out.
Watch this. Look at the hips.
Wow, Zachary Reese looks terrible in this particular fight, man. Why am I the goal? My prophecy is here. It was foretold. Apex special right here. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be 3 rounds. But Dusko looks aggressive. Wow, Dusko is actually landing big shots. Or am I the goat? Them sausage will Brahimaj and go for fight. I think so. I'm not sure. But I think that fight, wasn't that fight cancelled? I'm not sure. I don't think so. An Apex Hall of Fame, if you will. Thank you, sir. Them sausage will Brahimaj and go fight. I think that fight was cancelled. Reese has a Brazilian in his bloodline, and you can't tell me different. Oh, am I in the middleweight guess out and clinch is Dana's punishment for illegally straightening? Also, he punishes everyone for the illegal streamers. Oh my goodness. If the wind blows, he's on his back. but I called it though on my... And cool, we're staying there. Yeah, it seems that way. But I actually did say that I feel like Dusko Todorovic is being underestimated on the breakdowns, and it looks like I was right, man. Look, Dusko won the first round, that's for sure. Illegal streamers were using pay-per-view viewers as human shields. What do
His
you
corner.
mean?
They told him stop
What does that even
overswinging.
mean?
Everything he's doing, he's overswinging, and it's allowing Todorovic.
Big right hand.
Dean Thomas, what did you see through the first round? Well, in that first round, the one thing I saw from Zach Reese was a lot of confusion. And this is what happens when you switch camps or start training with new people. Is there's a lot of confusion in your intent and in your techniques. Because I couldn't tell whether Zach Reese wanted to wrestle or play jiu-jitsu or strike or do what. But I think he's best off striking as we see here.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that as he goes body kick there from southpaw. That's one thing about a young fighter, though. Whenever they get someone hurt, and they'll try to follow up so desperately that they might give you an opportunity to level change into him. That's what Zachary Reese did when he landed that beautiful right hand on Todorovic. And his corner just screamed, don't overswing. He's got to just take his time when he gets Todorovic hurt. Keep his feet here, but we'll see. He was trying to time that uppercut that allowed Todorovic to
The one my clinch vest has come through.
keep the distance.
He needs to move side to side of what you just said, Brendan. He's got to keep the distance with long stuff, long jabs, long teeth picks.
Why isn't Zachary Reese getting out of this? Okay.
Exactly where he wants it to be.
That's where he needs it to be. He cannot be at range with Reese. Reese is much better.
This is so bad. I mean, like, it's so bad, bro.
It'll be Zach Reese. Dushko needs to get this fight back to the ground where he was landing some nice bounty power.
And then Zach's gonna be on his
He is so bad, man.
I'm sorry. It was an awkward entry.
You said the quiet thing out loud, David.
Yeah, I know. My mind just... I don't know what happened there. Stop, Laura. Steps back to Reese. It's a big one.
I mean, but I think Zach is probably winning this fight because as far as damage so far, it's Zach. All that Dusko has done is control. They are both tired as well. You can see based on their movement. I'm not picking him to win a fight after the Yeah, but remember, like I said, in my breakdown, I actually called this. I was like, nah, this is gonna be close. This is gonna be like a fight. I was like, Dusko is underrated, and I expected this, but I also said I want Reese to win, and I think Reese should win. But I didn't expect Reese to be this bad, man. I actually thought he would perform a lot better. His frame is basically useless, man. Like, he's such a massive guy, and it really means nothing.
But here he's got to move. I mean, you just said it. Here he's got to move because this is exactly what you showed.
Social Nikki, yeah, he's dead to me. But my bro, I picked Todorovic via. I picked Todorovic via the what? Disaster Plaza.
He's got to be careful not to get confused.
What? This Plaza. What's that? Social Nikki, did you really pick him? Oh my, nah. Reese sucks so much. I picked the other guy without watching him because Reese is it's so bad. If so, you're the goat for real. Disaster class. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Renee is Lord. What a pick, my guy. Yeah, that was a good pick. Shoshan Mickey, you're about to get it right. If he can avoid the KO. Yeah, I agree. I think so, man. I think Dusko won the first round and he's on his way to winning the second round.
I like that. He's going for that baseball bat grip on the hand. But Dusko's making him work. This is hard.
But I called it. You can go watch my breakdown for Dusko versus Reese. I did say Dusko might do better than a lot of people are expecting him to. And he is, I feel like a lot of people were underestimating him, and I said that. So, but I honestly didn't think Reese would actually lose, right? Rene the Rizzler, the bro learned from the past. Yeah, I'm Rene the Rizzler. Zachary Greasy is a bum, in my opinion. Zachary Grease. That's crazy. Well, my when picking Apex fights, you gotta work out who's the worst fighter, not who's the most skilled to get it right. I mean, today Alice Adeline, that was a good pick. A part of me wanted to go with Dusko Todorovic, but I was like, nah, Reese is gonna get this one done. Guess how wrong I was. Rene the Rizzler, he's looking so mid here. For real, Shoshan McGee. 2-0 Reese. Reese needs a KO, which is sad, but yeah. Rene the Rizzler, 1-1 for me. Nah. I could see that because Zachary Reese landed the bigger shots in the second round, but still, I could see it being 2-0 Dusko to Dorovic, to be honest. Crackery Reese. Let me cook Zachary a vegetative state, please. Zachary the vegetative state. That's crazy. Quick, Rafe, who's winning? I bet to Reese. Nah, fam. Reese is losing badly. Mama, I don't know who's winning, but the fans are losing. Quick ring, yes. Reese is losing, man. I don't know the rest of the vegetative state. To let me cook, I mean, I guess the call have give the dude a bad damage. Yeah, I guess. I mean, but to be fair, Zachary Reese lost to Cody Brandage. I mean, that's a bad look. Fuck. Josh, I'm like, this card is so bad. It's kind of funny at this point. And we watch. It's the UFC. The UFC don't care anymore. The UFC don't care. They're like, nah, guys. We're going to give you this card and you're gonna take it. Go to underage. Wow. There's a big chance Dusko Todorovic has won this fight. Rene the Rizzler, why are they so calm and playful? Because they are tired. They are tired. UFC is looking like LFA tonight. Oh my goodness. That's why they made us wait a week. Why am I Zachary fighting like me when I'm dreaming? Shoshan making sparring match. But I mean, Zachary Reese is winning the third round in a way. So if somehow Zachary Reese won the second round, he might steal this fight. Dusko needs to take this fight to the ground if he's gonna have a shot at winning. I think Dusko maybe feels like he secured the fight, and maybe he. What are you doing, Zach? Oh my God, Zach! Why is Zach trying to wrestle?
After those big strikes from Todorovic, 1 minute to go in the fight.
Ultimate heavy breathing championship. Jordan McGee, this is so bad. I can't stop laughing. I mean, like, dude, you are getting a shot at winning, and you're trying to wrestle. Why? Why? Reese is just. Well, I'm gonna feel like Jose Morimo if the Suns think out this decision. I mean, it's clear that um, it's clear that Reese is never going to be ranked at this point. But I think he might squeak out a win because I think Zachary Reese won the third round. So if somehow he won the second round, he might steal this fight. To be honest, Joshua McGee, this was a layup and he bricked it. Dusko could win on damage. Now it comes down to the second round. If somehow they gave the second round to Reese based off of damage, because Dusko didn't do much in the second round. He had a lot of control, but Reese landed some big shots, so it's possible for him to steal it. In no way am I saying Reese won this fight. Reese didn't win this fight. Dusko definitely won the first and second round. I think Reese won the third round. So I can see a 29-28 scorecard. But there is a chance they might rob Dusko. Obviously, the UFC doesn't like him, and the judges don't know who he is probably. Probably. So, yeah. I can see a situation where Zachary wins a robbery. Well, my John Jones in 2005, I used to skip school to watch Zachary. 3-0 Dusky, maybe 2-1 at the worst, yeah. Sadly, that's actually true. That was a pure middleweight guess how classic. They are taking a long time for this card. It's a robbery. I told you. I told you. I told you. I told you. Well, I told you. I fucking. Oh my god. I had a 2-1 Disco. Definitely Disco Todorovic won the first and second round, man. Reese didn't do enough in the second round to win that fight. But BOT. Let me cook. If they give this match to Reese, I would feel guilty. They gave it to him, man. Shoshan McGee, damn. Switch made a call to the judges. I told you. Wow. Zachary Reese definitely lost that fight. I don't know why the commentators are not talking about this. I mean, how can you not give the kid a bonus? I mean, how can you not give him a bonus? That was an exceptional performance. It was a display of how to guess out and how to make terrible decisions in a fight. I think this fight and the Nascimento versus Filo fight, I think are they're neck and neck as far as fight of the night. As far as negative decision making, horrible fighting skills, negative IQ, basically all that mixed in together. Riz just got a gift of a lifetime. Yeah, he lost that fight, man. Like, it's not even close. Like, he lost that fight. Renee the Riz Lord, make sure everyone signs the. What a joke of a sport. I mean, apparently, I was actually watching this video. Apparently, the UFC says their champions are awarded, and so it's kind of like the UFC belts are like trophies. They're not like standard championship. That's, I think, one of the ways they are able to avoid paying fighters the same way the boxing industry works. And it seems like they are trying to do the same thing with boxing, apparently. What a joke. Let me cook. I got my money, but what it cost? I mean, I hear you, man. Sometimes we don't like making money in a dirty way, and I hear your frustration. UFC is so terrible that taking, like, robbery is something that you have to take into consideration whenever you're picking a fighter. Like, that's something that you can't avoid. If you avoid that, then you're gonna be frustrated. When you're making your predictions, you have to take into consideration who's probably going to get a robbery if it goes to a close decision. For example, the Sean O'Malley versus Merab fight worries me because I feel like this time it might be closer. And if it's close enough, it's gonna go to Sean O'Malley. The UFC loves Sean O'Malley. Shoshan McGee. Every time they do this, I think about not watching anyone anymore. Yeah. If I didn't have 16,500 subscribers and like 400,000 views per month, I honestly would have. And I've been saying this for a while, man. I think. Who's the guy? I forgot there was this guy, man. There's a point whereby you are a new UFC fan, right? When you get into the sport is so incredible. And then, I don't know if maybe it's just me. I don't know what the experience was like becoming a UFC fan let's say 10 years ago, and how it felt. But for me, the excitement of the fights started to go down a little bit last year, right? I just felt like the word, obviously UFC 300 lit up a spark, but that was probably the only highlight of, for me at least, of 2024. I've been chasing that feeling. UFC 300 felt like this massive spectacle and a showcase of what MMA is like. Oh, not just UFC 300 and UFC Noche. I think UFC Noche as well, the production value and everything like that. I think that fed the MMA fan inside me, and it gave me hope for the future of the sport. But this year, man, like, it's been really terrible. To start the year with Mackenzie Dern versus Amanda Ribas 2, and to continue to give us honestly trashy cards, you know. But I'm truly sincerely hoping the UFC signed with Netflix, because since WWE signed with Netflix, their product quality has been really, really amazing. So Netflix is probably going to push the UFC to give them better cards, right? Because they are going to be paying them a lot of money. So I'm praying and I'm hoping the UFC sign with Netflix, because they are going to put pressure on them to deliver quality to deliver a quality product. But the problem with the UFC, I think, is that they are big and they are in a way at the top of the monopoly board, right? Because I think I heard an interview of one of the management at TKO who was like, they don't mind going to a specific stream for main card, um, for main card, and the prelims they are going to go to some other place. So I can see them negotiating some type of deal where their prelims go on cable TV or whatever it is, and then their main cards, like for example, when the main card of a fight night or pay-per-views are the only ones that are going to be on Netflix. I can easily see them doing that. Um, which I don't know if it's going to give the like Netflix the kind of leverage they want, because it seems like the UFC is coming into this negotiation with that thing that like we are, you need us basically. That's how it feels. So, but I'm hoping that they go to Netflix and Netflix actually pressures them, because these cards have been really terrible. Well, my Vieira looks like if Mayra Bueno Silva and Rosas had a kid. I saw a video. I don't know who was being kicked on the face, and then they said, "Gee wee wee." You guys are terrible. So John Mickey, I picked Reese, but he lost. Plain and simple. I agree, man. It was shameful that he actually got the win there. Shoshan McGee, I feel for you. You're still the goat for that pick. Yeah, I agree. Renier the Rizlon. Greece. PTSD made. Who won? Reese, but actually Dusko Tudorovic won, but the judges gave it to Reese. Let me cook. I picked Reese, but what it cost? Yeah, man. Renier the Rizlon. Reese. Reese poop. Shoshan McGee. Alex, Alex Grease and Reese Poop, PTSD, who won? Zachary Reese, man. Bama has Reese. We know there is a lot. Decision to Dusko. Yeah. Let me cook. Reese won, but they robbed Dusko. Yeah. I actually saw this coming. Um, yeah, I've been doing really well on picks, on this particular card. Now it worries me that I changed my strategy, but it's fine. Um, we'll see how it goes. I will smoke a joint to forget that decision. Why am I? Renata Rizlot, who's all in for GM3 versus Zachary's? I would love to see that fight. Renata Rizlot, GM3 by third round sub. I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets the first round submission. Zachary Reese doesn't seem that good defensively on the ground. He makes stupid decisions. I'll bet the house on GM3. I'm with you there. Might out strike his bum too. You know that is Lord. I would bet my life. Kill me if Reese wins that fight. Shoshan McGee, GM3 kills him on the feed. Minus 1,000, minus 1 million GM3. Shoshan McGee, GM3 piece. He's on Zachary Reese.
Oh, nice left hand. Through with the left to follow.
The counter striking of Oliveira is just so dangerous.
Vieira.
Okay, let's start this squeezer into the fence and go first now.
Why don't they have rankings? Aren't they
Look
ranked?
at Vieira, how she cuts her off. She doesn't chase Maycee.
Now let's hope
It's like
that
slight
matchup
steps to the left.
happens. Giandre is somehow the underdog. Giandre somehow that's not gonna happen. Jordan McGee, well, he's coming off a loss and Reese is coming off a win, so it could happen. Yeah, I agree. Whenever there is Lord, which member of the LGBTQI community wins this one? It looks like the Brazilian one, man. The Vieira looks a bit decent, but it's still too early in the fight to actually know. But I guess Maycee Chasson is making her miss, so maybe she's trying to get her tired with activity, and maybe start taking over in the second or third.
You just have to work so hard on the outside to stay away.
Wow. Shoshan McGee. That's the best. Big game. Rainbow is the best, basic. So I'll have to say that the Rainbow takes it. Both of them are part of the community. D12 Detroit. Yes, sir. DNA. Shoshan Jones, GSP, Easy, O'Malley, DDP. Did I say more? DNA needs a DNR. What's that? Oh my goodness. Internet is buffering. Oh, wait. My internet is terrible. Who's winning or who won the first round, guys? My internet decided it's going to buffer for whatever reason. This fight is so bad. Shoshan McGee. You don't sound very happy, man. Oh my goodness. I don't know who won that round. And my internet was busy buffering, so I also don't have a clue. For some reason, it decided it's going to buffer. But we're back now. Right.
Harrison, women's bantamweight title, UFC 316 from Newark next Saturday. Special offer before June 2nd. If you purchase the event, you'll get $10 off the normal price. ESPN.com/BTW here with Chasson in on the wrestling. Now Vieira trying to reverse.
Vieira has horrible takedown defense, and she's doing really well. But the mere fact that she was able to beat Yasmin Lucindo, I mean, I guess means that she's improving.
Vieira looked real healthy at 145. Let's not forget. She couldn't make the weight. So Chazon's got to do whatever she can to make Vieira tired. Wrestling like this is going to make her tired, and missing punches will make her tired. Vieira to the top.
I don't know who won that round. Pineda is like the 1-0 Vieira. Shoshat McGee, what is Maycee doing? I mean, it seems like she doesn't like what's happening on the feed. So she was like, maybe I can take her down. The long striker shooting for a takedown. she was inspired by Zachary Reese. She's hoping maybe to steal it. Maybe she's Zachary Reese's little sister. Who knows? Or the older sister, somewhere there. So she's basically guaranteed to lose this round for herself. So she needs to hope she won the first round, because she's definitely losing the second round. And this is how the round will end. Yeah. It doesn't look like she knows how to get up. Yeah, WMMA calls zero scramble. Yeah, it doesn't look like she knows how to get up, so we should accept that she lost this round, and she should hope, or we should hope, that she won the first round and maybe can win the third round. We can only hope at this point. How are you getting out wrestled by a Brazilian? Shocking McGee. Wow. That's a good question. And this fight is a main card fight. The UFC is falling off, man. We might have to do boxing. Close guard in 2025 is crazy. The craziest part is Maycee Barber actually started this grappling exchange. She's the reason she's on the ground. That's the craziest part about this whole situation. It wasn't Vieira who got her to the ground. So Maycee Barber is to blame for the position she's in, because she decided to take the fight to the ground unprovoked, and she remained on her back for the rest of the round. And now that Vieira knows that she can't do anything off her back, Vieira will probably try to get a takedown in the third round. So we need to accept that Vieira is winning this fight. This card is ass. Yeah, it sucks, man. When we have Zachary Reese and Dusko, as well as Vieira and Chasson as the main card openers, I mean, the fights are so terrible. We've only had one finish. Is it one finish? Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised I was able to stay up. Is any other content MMA content creator streaming? Is the MMA guru streaming? Is MMA Joey streaming? It just it just feels like it's me alone today. For real. Shoshan McGee, 10 fights and a half are coming out of the LFA on short notice. Yeah, and it shows. It shows. It doesn't look like high level MMA. The crazy part is Macy Chesson and Caitlin Vieira are both ranked number 4 and 5, if I'm not mistaken. They are top five contenders, if I'm not mistaken. And yet, this looks like a fight between unranked contenders. Five ranked fighters and four. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's basically what I was basically saying. The sad part is Macy Shashan is going back to the takedown. Why? Why? Why?
Chasson's close to the fence if she wants to try to work there, although she's kind of going the other direction right now.
She's got that shield in, so that gives her a chance. She's got to start to strip now. Move her head back inside.
What happened?
To the shield side. Move that head to
What
the
the fuck is Macy
Now
doing?
she's getting it.
She stuck her right foot through. It's
Macy Shashan is determined to lose today. She was like, today I'm losing. So it's highly possible. It's highly possible her relatives have bet on this fight. Don't be surprised if somehow someone won a bet on on Caitlin Vieira winning a decision. I mean, how else can you explain this? Macy Chesson normally strikes and stands on the feet, and all of a sudden she's a grappler. And the crazy part is when you fail at something, you need to learn your lesson and be like, oh, in the second round I shot and I was on my back for the rest of the round. So maybe let me not do that in the third round. Not Macy Chesson. Macy Chesson was like, I tried to take her down. She reversed me. So let me try again. You know? I mean, Chesson is determined to lose. And I have a sneaky suspicion that someone, her relative somewhere, has bet like $100,000 on her to lose, and they are going to split the money afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised. Um, Shasha McGee, she has so much rage and wrestles instead. Ronaldo Ruslan. How is this guy going to be feeling? 100,000 yards there. Shoshat McGee, the Brazilian missed weight. Why try to take her down?
Yes. No, you're right. And look, her leg, like she's so long, right? That it's a
I feel like Chesson is determined to lose, but in all honesty, I think she should be investigated. She seems like she's intentionally throwing the fight, to be honest. They need to investigate this one. Yeah, I honestly 100% agree. It's not even a joke. Like, when has Macy Chesson wrestled? Like, she's been winning via strikes. She got reversed in the second round. Exactly the same way she got reversed in the third. Oh my goodness. Ah, women's MMA. Actually, MMA in general. Actually, UFC specifically. Imagine someone saying, like, I want to. Dunia, that is like my honest reaction to lesbian people. Shows maybe they got some money on the side of this one for sure. Yeah, 100%. Messi gets up and goes for a trip. Remember this one, oh, my boy, stop celebrating. Remember this one. Wow, what is she doing? What is she doing? Like, my boy, stop celebrating. Remember this one. Blood was so happy for a second. Shout out Becky. Her wife has money on her kids. On her losing, yeah. Even if it's not someone close to her, obviously they have to make it, maybe make it a cousin or something. But definitely everyone took out their money, combined it. But if probably there's a bet, a 500,000 bet somewhere on Maycee Barber to lose via decision. Blood got so happy when he saw basically get up. Shoshan McGee, 5-inch reach advantage. Time to clinch. This was so bad, man. I mean, the fight IQ. I don't know if this had anything to do with her fight IQ. She should be investigated. This looked suspicious. That was one of the worst fights. Yeah, one of the worst fights. I mean, but there are many on this card, so like I said, they are fighting for the most boring fight award, I guess. I wonder if there's going to be a fight of the night award. Mason could have gotten the third, but it doesn't even matter. Sounds like Lincoln Park. It didn't even matter. It doesn't matter now. It's over anyhow. It wasn't rolling, it was repaid. It wasn't story, it was repaid. It doesn't matter. It's over anyhow. Maycee Barber. Maycee Barber through that fight. Rose Namajunas versus Miranda Maverick is a co-main event. Wow. And then Erin Blanchfield and Maycee Barber is the main event.
One to remember on UFC Fight Pass. Subscribe today. Save 35% off the annual subscription. Momentum is on each side of our next hard-hitting matchup. Megan O'Reilly has more.
Hey, thank you so much, Brendan. Well, a pair of all action to a fivers will clash.
Remember this lot. Good luck against Buckley next week.
Star in the light heavyweight
Bro,
division. The 13-year-old makes his sophomore octagon appearance, but he does so with the The Brazilian cowboy is not only a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, but a as well. So the former LFA champion
Wow, that's crazy.
He looks to make a statement against his toughest test to date, Dustin Jacoby, making his 31st professional walk
Lopes versus Jacoby.
Another hype train in its tracks.
Terrible after terrible after terrible. Oh my goodness. Bruno Lopez shouldn't lose this fight. What does it mean if he loses? The UFC has no prospects. This card is so boring. I'm surprised I'm able to stay up for this long. I should be dozing off by now. Like this card is so terrible, man. And they made the first two fights were so boring. At this point they should have been. I'm 3-3. Should be 2-4. Oh my goodness.
Get ready for 2 title fights next week.
Let me see, how many fights did I get wrong? I think I got 2 fights wrong, right? It's Alan Nascimento. It's Alan Nascimento and yeah, it's Alan Nascimento and what do you call her? What's that? The fight that just happened now. I picked Maycee Barber. So I think I'm 4-2 if I'm not mistaken. Worst card in a while, yeah. Might be the worst card of the year, though. It lived up to the boring nature of itself, basically. Shoshat McGee, the UFC is in shambles. This card isn't even watchable if we went live. Yeah, like I also wouldn't watch it. I think having a conversation with you guys is what makes it bearable, and also trashing the card as well makes it a little bit more bearable. I honestly agree. That's why I was like, content creators are what are keeping the UFC afloat. To be honest, they no longer do any type of marketing. They just let us do their promotion, and they don't even help you. They have massively strict restrictions, and using anything from the UFC, you'll risk, I don't know, getting your channel deleted or demonetized or whatever the case is. So the UFC at this point, I can promise you, if I wasn't streaming, I would be sleeping right now. It's not even funny. I only woke up for you guys. It's so terrible, man. Rene the Lord, I should have stuck to Allen when I picked him to win upon seeing the fight announcement. Yeah, that was a good call. But still, it could have went either way, to be honest. Lopes is Brazilian, guys. Yeah, don't do that, man. Don't do that. I forgot. Please let me live in my delusion. Shot McGee. Yeah, me too. I seen 2 years off and said, nah. Brazilian equals great trash can. Shoshan McGee, no, I bet Lopes thinking he was Mexican. Shoshan McGee, I could have saw he was Mexican. Even has a cowboy hat, yeah. Is he Mexican fighting out of Brazil? I don't know. Now, move to Brazil. Mexico is an upgrade. Nah. Who moves to Brazil, Mexico is an upgrade. Rene, there is lot. They don't stack Doritos that high though. 6'2" Mexican. I don't believe it. So that McGee, white boy in the family tree, maybe. Hey, I'm coming. Oh my goodness. Ah, oh my god. Ah, dominant genes. But low IQ. Ah, them Europeans still living their
Welcome back. We expect some great action in this one between Dustin Jacoby and Bruno Lopez. Till the tape looks like this. The betting favorite is the American. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado. He's 5 years older than Jacoby. 1 inch taller and enjoys an inch and a half in reach. For the introductions, we send it to Bruce Buffer. Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist, holding professional record, 14 wins, 1 loss.
But no IQ. Short McGee.
Weighing in at 206 pounds, fighting out of
His great grandmother met the ships on the beach. What are you saying? Why did the Portuguese have to the jungle people to create Brazil? Why? What jungle people? Wow. Wow. So McGee, is that all they would still be cutting out the house to make it rain? But we have Brazil. Get to the cliffs. No, I would rather the jungle people be about.
In his last fight against a high-level kickboxer, Ngaji Sula, former K1 kickboxer, Lopez elected to make it a really high-friction style fight. Put him on the fence and kept him there. And I kind of expect him to have the same approach against a striker like Dustin Jacoby.
But you saw him just level change there. Jacoby was hit to it right away. Jacoby's also a really good golfer. He's really good. It's annoying that he's that good. He would kill Niner. Not you.
But we will never got Alex 6'5" Pereira.
I got a 20 handicap.
Oh no!
He should break.
Lopez trying to keep him in close.
Jacoby should break the clinch here. That kid is hurt bad.
Ah, Brazilians.
Jacoby needs to fix his face.
No!
Jacoby is as good as he ever was. That guy, I mean, the momentum is back.
Unbelievable, powerful finish for the Hanyak.
Hanyak, what does that even mean?
I'm picking Diego Lopez.
Knockouts.
What does that even mean, a Hanyak?
I'm picking. I'm not even joking.
From his little rascals, him and his
I'm
brother.
picking Diego Lopez.
Hanyaks, but Jacoby is a good
If
name
I'm
for
wrong, I'm
territory.
wrong. It's fine.
All right, now for a look at tonight's blazing
I haven't done
knockout.
any research, but I'm picking Diego Lopez.
Let's take a look.
They're Brazilian.
Dustin Jacoby.
Yeah, the Hanyak goes out there and says, look at
Renee Rizla, the Brazilian.
he hurts Lopez bad. And then he crashes into him. And Laura, inside he's landed. Elbow.
Josh and McGee, you can bet on them, but they just Nah, I'm going Diego Lopez. It's not even. I'm not gonna lie. I had Jacoby by round one kill. Josh and McGee, never again. I'll pick your unit to kill Lopez. As predicted. Good prediction, Renia. Nah, man. I'm going. I'm going. The only good pick I had. Tragic. This was a bad card, man. I love this emoji. I can't see it. Like it doesn't. I don't know if it's my phone or what, but I can't see the emoji. It's literally my face right now. I can't see it because it's. ah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to pick another Brazilian, man.
Frankie Edgar will join the crew, and Dan Helly, as always, as they get you warmed up, as only they can for the UFC 316.
It's only on iPhone. Go there.
You tried to use me as a human shield right there.
All right, let's make this one official, and for that, here's Bruce Buffer. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Michael Tron has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute.
I made a fool of myself.
First round. Declared the winner by knockout.
So what, McGee? Brazil is the biggest country in South America with the most sauces. And this is what they put out. I made a fool out of myself. So what, McGee? Let's go take over the place with a good single leg.
He gives me the strength and courage daily. Man, I feel good.
Yeah. I think we need to take maybe 2 or 3 wrestlers and we can take it over, to be honest.
Were you surprised that that hurt him? And then once you got him along the octagon side, we were saying break, your coaches were saying, as soon as you found space, you're able to put him out.
Well, I felt strongly there, man. I was surprised that jab. I didn't think there was much on it, but it did. Man, I worked behind my jab very well, and we were planning for that for this fight. And then when
On a jab.
kill, baby, every single time.
Dustin, you have now beat 2 prospects in a row. You've won 2 in a row. What do you want next?
That's so
What do you want back in
disappointing.
the octagon?
Well, I tell you what, man. I went to UFC to know I'm no stepping stone. You know, I've been through it to get to it. I held my spot. I was in the top 15. I held it for a long time.
Now I'm 4 and 3.
Came up short to Dominic Reyes, which pushed me down. Last time I was in this Apex, I got robbed against Khalil Roundtree by the judges sitting ringside, so I was bound and determined to not let that happen again. You want to know what I want to do next, DC? I want to play some golf, my man. I want to play in the American Century Championship. I want to represent the UFC and the Internet Invitational. And I'm playing in your tournament. I'm coming for that championship.
Yeah, you playing in my tournament, but you ain't that good. You can't beat me yet. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dustin Jacoby.
Dustin knew it was coming, but said it anyways. But of course, the important thing is the win, and not just the win, that how he did it again for back-to-back huge knockouts. And yeah, he was in the top 15, and you can make a strong case that he outlasted Khalil Roundtree Jr. The judges saw it differently and halted some of that momentum, but it is firmly back on his side.
Brazilians.
For Dustin Jacoby, big things
Shoshat McGee. When the Portuguese people pulled up, they looked at each other and said, "Put the muskets up, boys. We're shooting them."
UFC championship belt. They'll come face to face in the octagon. They ramped it up with a little pre-fight week draft.
I mean, I wouldn't say that I've had my sights set on.
Oh my goodness. Remember this lot. What a casual comment by that dude. How do you not know who Patchy Mix is? I mean, I saw I saw that comment and I was like, that's crazy. Then it means that he's going to make a bad decision because I honestly think even though I'm a little bit worried, I think Patchy Mix is going to neutralize Mario Bautista's grappling. And if it stays on the feet, I'm honestly favoring Patchy Mix to actually get it done.
Yeah, Patchy Mix, we've been waiting to watch him fight for a real long time inside the
Right,
UFC.
the best concrete mixer ever. I love saying brain. I love saying brain rot observation. PS plus PMO. SYPU. What does that even mean?
Buy the ticket just for that. UFC 316 goes down next week.
Well, we have that video now of Kayla Harris and Juliana.
But what kind of a name is Patchy Mix, though?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I've had my sights set on her, but I did anticipate that we would fight someday in the future. As you guys know, Juliana is very outspoken, and she's been talking for quite a while, so I figured that this was a fight that was going to happen. Talk about a big mouth. She's got a big name, and she's coming in with those 2 gold medals and all of the accolades that she had at that other promotion. That's fine. But at the end of the day, when you look at my career and the things that I have done, everybody has counted me out. Even when I was on The Ultimate Fighter, nobody thought that I was going to win. Everybody has always been dogging me and has never given me any respect.
Juliana Pena is so annoying, though.
I have nothing to lose. She has to beat me. She has to knock me out. She has to submit me.
But I like her confidence, but she's so annoying. Something about her just irritates me. And I know the feminists will say, "Oh, of course you are intimidated by a confident woman." It's not. It's not a confidence. Like, there's so many male fighters that annoy me. So, so I guess their confidence. I'm annoyed. I'm intimidated by a confident man. I guess. I don't even know why I went on that rant. Unprovoked. I don't know what I'm saying. My internet decided to buffer. It didn't want me to listen to Pena. Rene, there is a lot. It's like solving algebraic equations trying to talk to TikTok goons. Rene, there is a lot. I hate Bautista with a fiery passion. I'm still picking him to win. Damn. Okay. I mean, he could win, though. But it might be close, but he could win. That's for sure. Rene, there is a lot. Pena also PMO. What does that even mean? Shoshat McGee, me too, hate him for what he did to Aldo, but he is just too big for the mixer. I guess I hear you, man. Rene, there is a lot. I just want to say side boo to Pena because she PMO. What does that even mean, man? I'm beating I'm beating Pena because it's WMMA and the numbers are crazy. I'm betting. Oh, yeah, no, I can't really blame you, to be honest. I can't really blame you. Pena is a dog, man. Oh, Ramiz Brahimaj versus Billy Goff. And this is just the right card for Billy Goff to lose. Plus, Brahimaj has underrated experience and skills. So, ooh, my goodness.
By submission, to your point, DC. And it's Brahimaj and Billy Ray Goff coming up next for Vegas.
Oh. Ah. Shoshat McGee, with a neck like hers, she's buying me things. I don't know the reason I accidentally removed my comment. I was surprised. I was, since when do you censor yourself? Well, because you normally say whatever's on your mind. And I responded, so now I look silly. Oh. I thought we were going to the co-main event. Why didn't they make... They should have made Billy Goff and Ramiz the main card opener, because it's been a snooze fest. The nether is Lord. She pisses pure EPO and testosterone and not even urine. What? You mean Juliana Pena? Charlotte McGee, I could just see her flexing her pecs up and down while calling me a good boy. Good boy. That's crazy.
Well, summer may officially start in 3 weeks, but I believe it hit 105 today on the thermometer here in Las Vegas. The heat has arrived, and as we tick closer to that main event, Erin Blanchfield, the betting favorite in the matchup. Speaking of that,
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. Maycee Barber enters her first main event riding a 6-fight win streak, but she's still an underdog against Erin Blanchfield. Now, Blanchfield opened as the favorite, and the line has only climbed as she's sitting at minus 245. I like Erin to win, but a finish feels unlikely given Maycee's proven durability. So, the best value bet for me is Erin Blanchfield by decision.
Joshua McGee, she seems like she about to rage out, so I better just go with it.
25 minutes to work. For now, Billy Ray Goff, the biggest betting favorite on the main card, and our welterweight banger is ready to go. After some twists and turns, make it into fight night. Welterweights Billy Ray Goff and Ramiz Brahimaj have settled in to square off against each other in what promises to be a barn burner.
By putting up impressive performances in his UFC bouts with Yusaku Kinoshita and Trey Waters, Connecticut's Billy Ray Goff proves he can get an opponent out of there early or go into deep waters if necessary. And now he'll step up to the plate once more for a bout expected to produce fireworks against Ramiz Brahimaj. Known for the slick submission game that ended 10 of his 11 pro wins, the Bronx product Brahimaj ignited the crowd at Madison Square Garden last November by flipping the script and thrilling his hometown fans with a first-round knockout of Mickey Gall, showing that he's a threat wherever the fight goes.
Joshua McGee, yes sir, I mean MMA.
Goff beats Ramiz Brahimaj.
Oh, I mean, mom. Yes, sir. I mean, mama. Ah. 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 I'm back. This has been one of the longest ad breaks I've ever seen. The UFC is just milking this ad break at this point. They coming from wall to wall. I hear nothing but ladies calling. She's trying to get what I'm on wall, but they keep coming from wall to wall. I met this girl when I was 3 years old. And what I love most, she had so much soul. She said, "Excuse me, little homie, I know you don't know me, but my name is Wendy and I like to blow trees." And from that point, I never blow her off. She likes to come. She likes to come all the time. I like to show her they like to act tough. She likes to tell her mom and make them straighten up their head because she noticed her. And when I grew up, she showed me how to go downtown in the nighttime. My face lit up. Silverstone, she told me in my heart is where she'll always be. I will never mess with entertainers because they always leave. I don't know that I forgot the lyrics. Kanye West used to be such an incredible musician until unless man, I'm about to fall asleep. I'm also on the verge, man. I'm going to soldier through. I mean, the Ludovic Klein versus Matheus Gamrot is worth it's worth staying up. Look at my stream deciding to buffer when a fight is supposed to start. This card is so drag out. So long between the fights. Yeah, I mean the UFC obviously, like I was saying initially, the UFC had little fights, so they made sure they keep us waiting for every single fight. So after every single fight, except in the prelims, they drag it out as much as possible. Especially because it ended via TKO. Any fight that ends with a finish, we should expect the drawn out adverts or commentary. Billy looks huge, yeah, man. It looks massive. Totally not juiced. Billy Goff started eating eggs, yeah. Totally not juiced. He finally did a push up during his training
Ramia's
camp.
very patient, going forward. She was very comfortable. Oh, double leg, beautiful. I mean, that was not hard.
No!
He listened to you, DC.
Got to the lock right away.
And he's on the back. Billy Goff doing a really good job. Billy Randolph, I should say, doing a good job of blocking that hook there from Ramiz.
Goff keeping that left elbow and not allowing him to get that hook in. Brahima needs to get him up in the air here, though. Instead of trying to drive back forward, you pick him up and you take him back to the mat.
Brahima has 9 finishes by rear naked choke. He loves to, I mean, the back take is one of his specialties. This is super dangerous for Goff.
Especially so.
Shot McGee, trust me, bro, natty.
Kind of shook forward off of Goff.
Oh.
Saves Goff here because Brahima can't get his arms going forward to flatten him out. Him being next to the octagon is saving him. You'll see Ramiz try to take his leg out. Yep. See how he took one out? Because he couldn't get him forward to try to flatten him. Goff is need to try to get his left elbow inside. There it is. Now he's facing him.
I mean, Goff is doing really well. The question is, can he do this for how long can he do this? And can Brahimaj wrestle for 3 rounds? Like, that's the question. Who has better cardio at this point? We need to survive this round. Yeah, no. I remember you said after the first round he's going to actually get it done. You said something like that even last week. I hope you were right, man. Billy Goff is a Chad. What does that mean, actually?
Notice how he always keeps his head low.
Billy Goff.
See if he drops down here. Yeah, he's going to try to collect these knees.
Brahima back for a second. Goff able to escape. Now under 2 minutes to go in round 1. Brahima again threatening. Now it's tight. This is in now. He's got the rotors back. Elbow shot for Ramiz Brahima.
No! But I said this on my breakdowns. I said this on my breakdowns. I was like, guys.
You're the man, Ramiz. You're the man, boy. You changed my life in New York. I need you to know that. I'll see you in a second, buddy. The greatest thing I ever do is believe in myself. You're the man, boy. Well, you should be now when this fights where you are. I'm gonna go inside and talk to Ramiz.
I actually said this on my breakdowns. I was like, I feel like Ramiz Brahimaj is being overlooked. But I was like, maybe Billy Ray Goff is gonna get this one done. And
These ninja chokes, ninja choke, and then if Ramiz is going to switch his grip, he's going to go high elbow with it. And I mean, when he elevated, he's literally lifting Goff off of the canvas here.
Great look at that.
Yeah, it's such an interesting angle. I mean, he was out. He was out. Another submission win, another first round submission win for Ramiz Brahimaj. Goff was trying to turn his head, but
Man, that was violent for Ramiz.
Shashot McGee, Billy.
Doing all the right things.
Renier the Rizla, dude shot in on Brahimaj. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the worst cards. Oh, snap. So at this point, I'm 4-4. So I'm at 50% the prediction accuracy. Oh my goodness, this card is. This was the upsets card, you know? This was the upsets card. Alice Adeline won. Okay, Dustin Jacoby. Wasn't Dustin Jacoby the favorite? Ramiz Brahimaj. I mean, who else? The fights that I got wrong are Jafel Filio, Bruno Lopez, Billy Ray Goff, and who's Caitlin Vieira. Yeah, I think Maycee Barber was the favorite, if I'm not mistaken. Shoshat McGee, Billy. Renier the Rizlon. Dude shot in on Brahimaj. That was bad, man. Shoshat McGee, yep, bad move. McGee. IQ is truthfully the most important aspect of it. I agree. Shoshat McGee, I'm cooked. Oh shit, Renier the Rizlon. Maycee Barber by TKO. Dude, don't put that out there, man. Don't put that out there. Shout out McGee. I'm glad my parlay pulled out. I would have probably gotten good.
And I just do the rest. I just keep training. I keep working. And I just thank God for everything, man. I'm here. I'm in the moment, DC, like we talked about. And you're Albanian, too, right now, by the way. Big sheep, baby. Yeah, I like that. Let's take a look up here at your work, Ramiz. Ramiz, you were able to get a takedown early in the first round, and then you got to the submission. You get to this high elbow guillotine. Last fight was a knockout, but you're known for your submission game. Did you know you had it? I heard you backstage when you said, listen, I know you think you're Mike Tyson. Hey, listen, my last fight, I was the Bronx Bomber, right? This fight, I was the Bronx Boa. That's good. You said earlier at the octagon side, you said, I believed in myself. And if I believe in myself, I can be a problem. How good does it feel to have that confidence every time you walk into
That had made me nervous at first. Why did it make you nervous? Remember this, Lord. I don't even know what happens with Lane versus Gamrot now. I'm just hoping that I'm right about the next two fights. At least 7-4. Is it 7-4 or is it 6-4? I don't know. Yeah, it's 6-4. Hopefully, at the very least, man.
There've been several moments, that I effed up big time in here, and he could have just been like, I'm done with this kid. But he never gave up on me, so I owe it to him. I owe it to this organization, and I fight for the greatest organization in the world. I have the best people around me. Coach Mike Valley, Justin Adams, my baby brother that's been through a lot, that's seen me go through hell and back. My father, Norm, come on, more liberty.
I noticed that head all the time. All the bankers wear all the bankers wear them for some reason. I was like, a suit from Albania is crazy. I was nervous until he praised Allah. Why were you nervous?
Hard to not want his
Why were you nervous?
before the fight, and
I
certainly after
remember
the
this
fight.
look.
Don't forget his journey.
And then I was like, oh, it can't be one of them
Had a brain issue
small
that he found
hated
during his
people.
medical check that backed it up. Then he had that gnarly computer injury when he fought Max Griffin. He had the neck injury several years ago. But what a response to keep on going. Nice shout out to Sean Shelby for putting that trust in him, and still finish rate in his victories.
What a terrible card.
It is the still defending
Yeah,
champion.
Shevchenko looks nice though.
She'll be
Yeah.
scouting potentially a
Even
future
though
opponent
she
tonight.
looks like she looks too paid,
She'll be on the post
but
show
nonetheless she
afterwards
looks
to
nice when
react
she has
with Karen
makeup on.
Bryant and the crew in studio. Here's what's coming up next.
I don't know why, but I like Brahim much. He seems cool as well. Yeah, even his accent threw me off. I was expecting like an Arabic accent or something.
In UFC history, and he's got a lot of fight left. But Sean O'Malley, known as a superstar, and he's got the highlight awards tonight. He wants his
People praising Allah are taking over your land, my friend. UK has fallen. Remember, the Bronx bomber is cold as hell. Not in the area I live.
Was just downright disrespectful. He suffocates his opponents. He slams into the ground and he just grapples and grapples and grapples. His striking is getting better and better, and he really gave Sean O'Malley fits in their first fight. He expects to do the exact same thing again, BC.
It's actually funny to watch Marab compete because he's so good at what he does. But in the Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley, he has a former champion who is motivated to
Not
get O'Malley is a phenomenal striker.
Guys, I'm a Muslim. Don't be mean. Right? It's like,
That allows for him to go
chill. Remember this love. I'm not actually British, I'm Irish. Oh, Conor McGregor! What the fuck is this guy? You know. Let me cook. Let me cook as I mean, let me cook. You normally have good things. When you say that, I know it's rough out there. Oh man, they're getting you too. Just live in the UK because they still have that part of Ireland. Oh, okay. Yeah, in major cities. Shoshat McGee, IRS on the come up. Let me cook. Put me against the Rizlon, who would be more bad. Why is Rizlon getting the smoke? Rizlon, what did you do? Shoshat McGee, I don't know. He is one oily guy. Yeah, I'm going Riz too. I feel like he will do things to you that will traumatize you. Like it won't be a normal fight. I think you'll be traumatized. Let me cook. Like I feel like Rizlon has a twisted side in him that I feel like if he was allowed to do things, he would probably traumatize people. I'm channeling my inner Rizla for that picture. Renee Rizla, I'm finna win by did log round Josh Mickey. Dude is underrated, especially his back taking game is next to none. I'm sure it would traumatize you. Like, it wouldn't just be that you lost. Like, you'd be traumatized. Look at what happened to Paulo Costa after he fought Israel Adesanya. Like, that guy is traumatized, guys. So that trauma is going to be worse if you fight the Rizzler. You know, I don't feel like it's just gonna be a fight. Like, it's going to be a traumatic event for you. I wouldn't even fight Rizzler. I just feel like somehow you're gonna be traumatized after that fight. But his back taking is next to none. Rizzler via oil check. Shot McGee, oil check to finish. To fish hook is a game changer. Oh my goodness. Oil check. That's crazy. Costa sees easy every time he ties his shoes. Israel Adesanya traumatized Costa. After that fight, he no longer became the eraser. He became the pencil, and he draws his emotions on a page.
Willing to fight everyone and anyone at 155 pounds in order to get a world title shot. Top 10 contender Mateusz Gamrot.
Let me cook Rizzler via flying fish oil hook round one. I'm done. Bet the house on Rizzler. Who wins in a video of Neo Jones? I don't know, man. Rizzler, you seem very oily, so I'd say you win probably. I don't know. I think you standing in half the battle. Don't feel bad. I mean, I wouldn't even. I feel like Rizlord is the kind of guy to traumatize you after fighting him or whatever. It's not just going to be a fight, right? I wanted to say something, but I.
A span encompassing 6 wins over the likes of Mason Jones, Ignacio Bahamondes, and Thiago Moises. Now he gets the biggest
Okay, at least
against
Gamrot versus Lane is happening now. At least the one good fight that we've all been waiting for is about to happen. But the way things have been going so far, Gamrot somehow finds a way to win, and Maycee Barber also finds a way to win. God forbid. At least let me have 60%, then this card has been so terrible. I need these 2 wins. Where did Wamai go? Shoshan McGee, Jones is on a whole other level. The Russians in Thailand is the best camp for this matchup. I don't see him losing. Yeah, I forgot about Thailand. Plus Thailand, I feel like it's the birthplace of Canada. I'm sorry, my Canadian people. I know, I know you guys watch my channel a lot, but yeah, I think Thailand is where Canada was made. Renier the Lord with Russian men in Thailand. Jones is the second theory. I'm good. Too early for me. Yeah, I forgot about the Thailand aspect of it. He's been training. He's been in a serious camp. Uh, did he goes to Did he goes to Jones' party? That's crazy. The UFC. Why are they taking so long, man? We want to see this fight. Like, it's one thing if you've been having an amazing time. These cards have not been that great, and they make you wait the hours. I, these people. Renee, there is a lot. We should stop the petition to strip Jones because he probably gets aroused when people say they want to strip him. He seems happy about it though. In all fairness, if you look at his reaction, he seems pretty happy about it. Shoshan McGee. If he finds out women suddenly, he will be sick. Wow. Ah. Let's see if. Wow, Gamrot is 34. Man, his chances of becoming a champion are slowly slipping away, man. 15 minutes between each fight. Shoshan McGee, I agree. It feels longer, actually. Renier, there is a lot. He can't live his best life with women in his presence. Maybe we don't want to stay up for his. It's 4 a.m. right, dude? In South Africa, it's actually 5 a.m. But still, I'm with you, dude. Shoshan McGee, happy women making mad. Ask his kids and wife. Damn. Let me cook. It's 6 a.m. here. Wow. So for yeah, 6 a.m. is crazy. I mean, why is it crazy? Because I mean, when it's 4 a.m. at your place, in the UK, in South Africa, it's 5 a.m. Let me cook. You're from Canada, right? Am I mistaken? I think you're from Canada, or is it? No, Wamai is also from the UK. So I think Let Me Cook is actually from Canada. And I was making fun of Canada, I'm sorry. Let Me Cook, I'm gonna get in the vegetative state here. Shoshan McGee, y'all are savages. So stay up for this. It's only 11 here. Man, I mean, what can we do? We love the sport, and Dana White is assaulting us, I guess. For whatever reason, we don't know what we did to him. Renier, there is Lord. Let's see if Scamrod can defend his number 7 ranking against an unranked random. I don't know why I stay up for this. Me too. Gamrod got this. No, I hope he doesn't. But let's see how it goes.
When he level changes, he is fast, man. And he's got great timing on his takedowns. Ludovic's got to be ready. 95%
Man,
takedown.
Gamrod has a nice stance, man.
Effectively tonight, we'll learn a lot about Ludovic Klein.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you tell that stat to Gamrot, he says, "Yeah, but against who?"
Yeah.
He hasn't faced a wrestler like me, so we'll see if it holds up.
Gamrot's funny because he's got such a dry personality when he answers questions. Matter of fact.
Both these guys fighting from an open stance here. That lead hand play is something to watch out for. The person who can control and the space between them is going to have the advantage in the striking, as well as the foot battle.
Ludovic hasn't thrown much because he's so cautious of the takedown.
Oh!
There's a jab that got through for Klein. Had an effect on Gamrot. Nice sprawl there as Gamrot's in, but Gamrot continuing to chase it.
He's on that single. Gamrot does that really
His
well.
scars on his head makes it. Me think he used to be a welder. Who? You mean Gamrot or Klein?
The way that he elevated the far ankle and now riding the near leg, I mean, all the little details of Gamrot's wrestling are just so fun to watch.
Wow.
Moves to a knee. We're halfway through round one. To break the grip of Gamrot.
Slack brands. Let me cook. I'm done, guys. If Klein gets the knockout, wake me up. Are you?
Gamrot's holding his arm on the other side.
Are you sleeping? Wamai, how are we going to wake you up? Should we scream? Not, let me cook. Why am I saying Wamai and Wamai is not here? Let me cook. Should we scream to wake you up?
Whenever it starts to come and try to peel the lock. Look at that. Gamrot's doing it again. It's with his right arm. When Ludovic goes inside to try to peel the hands, Gamrot just reaches and grabs his wrist on the other side. That's beautiful. That's just riding. Like collegiate wrestling.
Kicks out the left leg.
He's trying to get these hooks in here.
Wow, Gamrot is actually doing well, man.
Now he is. Going down.
That's a great point, Brandon.
Let me cook. Rizlon can use his wrist force to wake me up. I believe in him. Hope Klein guesses. No, I hope Gamrot guesses, man, not Klein.
He just keeps on grabbing his crossers. I don't know why more fighters don't do that. Everybody tries to break the lock the exact same way. They all try to push the lock down. There's different ways to attack those locks now, and people are still trying to do it the old way. It won't work. Those knees are nasty.
Right to the floating ribs.
Gamrot trying to fish that left arm under the chin now. Just focus on
Gamrot does
that right on the Klein.
Gamrot does such a great job of controlling wrists.
And he just melted away this first round.
Oh my goodness. This was no doubt Mateus Gamrot's round. There's no doubt about it. Gamrot won that round. Ludovic Klein needs to break those ribs. Ludovic Klein needs to do something. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh. This is the only fight I care about. I need this. Well, I also need it, but it looks like you're going to get this one.
Don't miss the Ultimate Fighter, Team Cormier versus Team Sonnen. Coaches and UFC Hall of Famers Daniel Cormier and Chael Sonnen lead teams of welterweight, flyweight hopefuls as they compete for a UFC contract. Catch season 33 every Tuesday on ESPN2.
Let's go, Cameron.
You missed the premiere. Nice. Watch out on E+.
Nice crack down
Hopefully
there.
Glenn is scared to
Just
throw
tease
now.
him instead of trying to get
That's,
across. Literally crack him down to the other side. My coach John
damn,
Smith
man.
was a master at this position. Beautiful crack down there by Gamrot. I mean, Gamrot is a really good wrestler. And it just shows you that if you understand positioning in wrestling, you can really control the fighters, even if they're well versed in takedown defense. 95% takedown defense is what Klein had. He's given up 5 of 8.
Well, how about that? 48 takedowns now, passing Rafael dos Anjos in this division. This is his 11th UFC appearance. So 4+ per fight for Gamrot.
And just like we talked about in previous fights, this is not a spot where Klein is going to want to hang out. He's got to open up his guard and get busy trying to get his butterflies back, get a knee shield in there.
Yep, dude just wanted to counter. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty disappointing to see him on his back. Shoshat McGee, it looks like you were right. It looks like you're going to get the decision here. I don't think Ludovic Klein is going to finish this fight.
After this one, Megan O'Leary is our reporter. Dean Thomas on hand with insights from the coach all night long as well. Gamrot posturing up.
You have to be the one going first.
On the ground at Klein, and Klein after a jab appeared to have a big effect on Gamrot early is just unable to get any offense off.
He's getting smothered. I mean, Gamrot is just doing what he does. I mean, it's not yet. This is not new, right? Mateus Gamrot takes you down and he dominates you. Where Dan Hooker was able to be successful, was able to get back to his feet and then pressure him. If you're stuck on your back with Mateus Gamrot, he's one of the best in the world.
I love how Gamrot had the hand of Klein wrenched back there. Like you said, DC, he's just so good at riding the wrist, wrapping the wrist, finding opportunities to occupy multiple limbs at one time.
Right. When you're on top, no matter how great the grappler is, especially wearing gloves, if you can get to wrist, you can control so many things. It's even hard for people to roll when you're holding onto a wrist. Find wrist from the top position.
Oh, this is good for Ludovic Klein. You're face to face, but immediately Gamrot back chest to chest.
Don't fight the position.
Klein has a bad contact against him for stand up. He will be shot after wrestling. Yeah. Plus, he needs to finish because it looks like he's going to be down 2 rounds. And the only way he wins is via finish. Most underrated 155, and no, he's not underrated. Whenever he fights a top 5 contender, he loses. I mean, he lost to Benil Dariush. Even though he's actually beating Ludovic Klein, I don't think he's underrated, to be honest. I think he's appropriately rated. Close guard in 2025 again.
He knows he's going to go to his hands. Nobody knows his hands is going to grab his wrist. There you go. Look at it. Send him up now. He's got to turn hard here. Ludovic Klein needs to turn hard here. Keep turning, trying to get that left elbow inside. Try to get that underhook back.
He has space for 30 seconds. I mean, it's not like he's gonna do anything with it.
Still throwing with some
power. Thinking about spinning.
He'll fight on into the third, but Ludovic Klein has his work cut out for him in the final 5 minutes.
Just stop going to BJJ classes. They are misleading him into thinking he can win in God. I mean, I don't know why these people love to be in God, especially in today's time. In today's time, people can actually wrestle. Dude. Having a good God is no longer enough. Or butt scooting.
Check out ESPN's MMA show, Good Guy, Bad Guy, with me and Chael Sonnen. We're on YouTube, ESPN Plus, ESPN2. You can also listen wherever you get your podcast. Chael and I every Monday and Thursday. Do not miss it. Uncle D, what you got?
Well, I think Ludovic Klein is in a bad spot, and that's no secret. I think it all started because his game plan was to use space in this fight. He realized that as he was backing up, it put him right against the fence, and he realized that wasn't the way to go. So I think that set the tone for him. He needs a Hail Mary right now because his initial game plan is not going to work with space.
D, this is good right here. You see this? As long as he's not by the fence.
He's got to stay off the fence.
Yes.
He's got to stay in the middle.
We said it early on, DC, this smaller octagon, not a lot of people recognize how much smaller it is.
It's amazing.
30%.
Yeah.
Really easy to push guys into the fence. But this is
Can't back up.
for Ludovic Klein to stake his claim in the middle of the octagon here.
It's like buying real estate. When you get real estate, that's mine. You're not going to take it from me.
Plant your flag.
Yeah. Especially in the striking, he looks so confident.
That was a good knee, man.
Yeah, but he didn't really land the knee there. He got him in the chest. But see, he's defending takedowns when he's in space. He just doesn't defend them well when he gets against the octagon.
Just gonna say, watch for the left kick of Klein.
Well, his Gamrot getting tired, but still, Ludovic Klein has a lot of work cut out for him, man.
Looked at the clock already. It's too early to be clock checking.
Klein responding well here in the final rounds.
Well, he's getting the strike a little bit. He's not letting Gamrot back him up. Oh, nice jab.
I think that's Gamrot.
Oh,
That left high kick of Klein is.
it's massive. It's so powerful.
He's gotta stay on the hands though. I mean,
Gamrot punches his way off the fence.
They both guessed, yeah.
these guys are wearing the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a nice punch. But Klein needs a KO, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, Gamrot's hands looking pretty good.
Whenever Klein goes southpaw, he looks for that left kick.
There he is. He's going to get taken down. Yep. He held on to the leg and he elevated.
And that's huge in the final 90 seconds.
Oh, It's over.
Over 6 minutes of ground control time. That's a personal best. He might salt away the clock from right here.
Well, Ludovic's got to like open his guard. Right here, heels on the hips. Kick him away.
Gamrod scrambles are crazy good, yeah. His grappling is pretty decent, man. Maybe the best in the sport. Nah. I think Gamrod and Makhachev have good scrambles. Hamza do, like... Okay, yeah, I think so.
Suffering and smothering on top. Klein, I think, is out of gas to even try to get back to his feet. And as the final seconds tick away, Mateusz Gamrot got what he came for. He wanted to stay active. He wanted to get in the fight. He didn't care where his opponent was in the rankings. And he was on a different level than Ludovit Klein tonight. Mateusz Gamrot and Ludovit Klein go the distance.
Gamrod won. 3-0. This was... Gamrod won a clean sweep, basically. All 3 rounds. Drizzy Goat, yeah, it was a trashy card, man. Trashy card, I agree. Shoshan McGee, Islam has better wrestling, but not scrambles. Islam is usually always good on top. Oh, I don't know if I agree. I haven't seen enough from Drizzy Goat. Gamrod is trash. I mean, trash is a strong word. I feel like Gamrod is good under the top 5, not beyond top 5. It's like getting 30 bums together. Some have to be winners. LOL. Trying to tell y'all Gamrod was on a different level than claimed. Yeah, you told me, Shoshan. You actually told me. It's fine. You actually told me.
Takedown defense coming into there, but your pace, your pressure, and your wrestling was too much for him. Did you expect to be able to take him down as efficiently? Social McGee got cooked the rest of the card though. I mean, I'm also getting cooked even though I opened up really well. I opened up really, really well. I'm just glad I got this one. Oh my goodness. I'm going to give you the microphone right now to call your shot. Who'd you like to fight next? Yeah, this card was trash, yeah. I agree, this card was trash. I'm fighting sleep right now as we speak. Like, I'm drinking iced water just to make sure I don't fall asleep, but yeah. Well, congratulations on another massive victory. Ladies and gentlemen, give
So Colin for a main event. Paris is September against Benoit.
Short McGee, I think I'm gonna call it a night, boys. I mean, that's still one fight to go, man. You'll see. You sleep after. You never is Lord. Yeah, just leave and don't watch Maycee Barber. Head kick KO. I mean, based on how things have been going, I wouldn't be surprised.
In the house as well after challenging for a title earlier this year. Fight fans ready for a rematch in Jersey next week, one that features
We all know I have to watch. Yeah, you have to watch, man.
Has been named to the new version of the Sugar Show, a quieter and more focused one.
The Sugar Show.
Countdown as we gear up for UFC 316.
Losing sucks, but you can't just sit in that mind space and dwell on it.
These are the times you remember the dark place.
I was too attached to Sugar, too attached to this character. I quit social media, I quit smoking, just wanted less distractions.
I'm back better than
This WMMA main event. But he still has to watch. You can't leave, man.
Through life, what you're supposed to do.
We are all putting ourselves through this.
I want to dedicate everything
Don't
I have
go.
to the sport because I truly believe I could be one of the greatest of all time. To do that, my higher self guided me to.
You know, I'll be so mad at myself if somehow Sean O'Malley wins and I didn't pick him.
an inside look at Sean O'Malley's rematch.
I'll be so mad at myself, man.
Detailed look at the heat between Kayla Harrison and Juliana Pena. UFC 316 countdown available now on the UFC's YouTube channel and airs throughout the week on ESPN2.
Baba, the Barbarina via head kick.
You're watching UFC Blanchfield versus Barber as we continue from inside the UFC Apex in Las Vegas. UFC Fight Night is presented by Bud Light. Top 5 contenders look like this. They're all still chasing Valentina Shevchenko. Natalia Silva's fresh off a win over Alexa Grasso. Fiore, just challenged the Bullets in Montreal several weeks back. And that leaves us with Blanchfield and Barber trying to state their case, not just a win, but an impressive one. Erin Blanchfield does her fighting and others do the talking for her. The results have put her one win away from challenging for gold. And while the journey to this point for Maycee Barber has been longer than she hoped, she can see it's been necessary to strengthen her resolve for what she still believes is inevitable, her future as a UFC champ.
I remember Maycee Barber saying she's going to be.
And having these goals and having these dreams and having a lot of success, you know, to the outsider looking in, that's a lot of pressure.
Social McGee, Sean has a really good chance to win. Rob is old, man. And cardio has to go at some point. Yeah. But my thing is, I agree with you.
It is real, and it wasn't.
And I would actually be inclined to agree with you
Me and my career, and I
if we didn't just see him fight like recently. So he fought on Monday, but on January or something like that, early this year. So because of that, I felt like, and he didn't just fight anyone. He beat Umar Nurmagomedov, right? So to me, that makes me feel like, even though I agree that his cardio should give out, I think beating Umar Nurmagomedov has some type of weight for me.
My fighting to speak the loudest for me, because the more wins and fights that you have, you just become undeniable.
And he beat him a couple of months ago. So I don't think he will decline that quickly. Unless he makes bad IQ decisions, which is possible for him.
I've never strayed away from a fight. I've been fighting top 5 for like the past 2 years now, and just kind of building upon each camp, just improving.
Shoshat McGee, how is the main event not ready? Should have already been in the cage. I mean, they are going to make us wait. You know, they made a 10-hour package for us to watch. I don't know why, but yeah.
I believe that my skills compared to that Erin's skills are just on different levels. Erin is highly skilled in one area, and I am highly skilled in every area, and I have the power to put her away.
Big shots landing.
Don't forget the recovery time increases with age too.
I don't think Maycee's
Yeah,
very
no, that's
technical. I
true.
think they
That's
have their
honestly
fight
true.
IQ,
But
and I think her
my
aggressive
thing
style
is,
will
he
feed
fought
into that.
Umar Nurmagomedov a couple of months ago, and he looked good. Right? I agree that he's going to decline, but I don't think the decline is going to be that quickly. But you're right. You might be right because I also think Sean O'Malley might be improved in this particular fight.
I know I'll be able to
Like he
find
might
her
even
positioning
shock us
and
and get the
work her in,
finish.
making myself taking her neck and putting her away.
Shoshat McGee, first turnaround as an old champ is risky. Well, no, but the thing is, he's still like that youth element. The point I'm trying to make is that that youth element is still in him. He's becoming an old champ. Probably end of the year or next year, he probably loses his belt. But I have a feeling that he might actually
Okay.
survive a bit.
Octagon side, Brennan Fitzgerald, Lorosenko, Daniel Cormier just receiving word right now while that feature was playing that Maycee Barber is not prepared to walk for her main event right now. Still trying to figure it out. Don't know any details. All we know
Maycee
is that
Barber
she's
is not
to the
it's not
octagon
ready.
right now as it was timed out after that feature. This is truly unprecedented for me for a main event about to make the introductions, and she is not there to make the walk right now.
You know, there have been issues leading up to this fight.
Yes.
The weight miss, obviously, and for those tuning in only on ESPN, they didn't get to see Megan's report off of the top, which talked about the health struggles that Maycee's had in between. She was in the hospital for 11 days after her last fight. All sorts of infections. I mean, a litany of health issues. I don't know. We don't know if that is playing into what's happening right now, what's unfolding. But it feels like
Shoshat McGee, I'm only worried because Narab doesn't finish people. So O'Malley has 5 rounds to catch him.
And we're going to try to get to the bottom of this and see.
That's one of the reasons why I picked Sean O'Malley initially. If you check my pick, the last time they fought at UFC Noche, I actually went with Sean O'Malley because of that reasoning. I was like, Sean O'Malley needs one shot. And he didn't get that shot. And Helen, ooh, gay. You just came here to project your own thoughts on me. Shoshat McGee, this is officially the worst card of all time. No main event. The main event is delaying. On top of the delays they've been making, we have to wait an hour between fights. Like, I know I'm exaggerating, but I mean, she's on the reg. I mean, she wants to look good. Probably she's getting her makeup done. I'm kidding, but I mean, how can you not be ready for a main event, dog? You knew that after the Gamrot fight, you were fighting. And if it's a health issue, then what are they going to do? They're going to bring her out here to fight when she's physically ill. That's crazy. I'm falling asleep, man. Cut Barber, if this is true, I fucked up main event. Fucked up a main event, love. I mean, I don't know if it's. I don't think it's health, man. I think she just wanted. And why, if Maycee Barber is not ready, why isn't Erin Blanchfield coming out?
Las Vegas, we're inside the UFC Apex. We were all set to go for the main event. It has been canceled. Maycee Barber and Erin Blanchfield. They will not fight tonight inside the octagon. There was a last-minute medical issue for Maycee Barber. She is not
No main event.
to compete.
And you hate to have this
Live
happen.
cancel for a main event
Maycee was in her
is a
first
first.
headliner, and
Wow.
certainly for Erin Blanchfield, who was ready certainly to make the walk.
Wow.
It will not go down tonight, DC.
Laura, you ready?
Yeah.
Go in.
Oh.
I mean, somebody. I mean, honestly, this is crazy. I've never. Hey.
Wow.
There's a medical emergency for Maycee Barber. Every one of us, though, has felt like I don't want to go out there. It's just, but there's a medical reason why she's not coming.
Yes. Medically not cleared to compete.
Not cleared to compete. Not cleared to compete medically.
To be clear.
I've just never been involved with anything like that. I mean, we ran the feature.
During the main event feature, this is when it all kind of started to go down.
She turned back to the
This is crazy.
Much she has been battling for health the last year.
Right.
We
But
don't know what happened, but clearly
Social
something
Mickey,
serious enough
it's
where-
cancelled. 9-fight Apex card lasted for 5 hours.
in her health.
Right, and we have the stream to prove it.
Heartbroken for Erin
Like I
Blanchfield.
streamed when they started.
She,
It's been 5 hours. We watched the 9 fights,
some
and yet somehow
There was.
some bad blood.
it lasted 5 hours.
Around
That's
her, not
insane,
making the
dog.
weight, getting to fight her still.
That's
And now she
insane.
gets through all that emotional to get here.
9 fights, 9 hours.
What happened sucks. And it sucks for Maycee.
All 15 minutes fights. So
really sucks for
15
her.
plus 15 is 30.
Side of things where it's just like how close.
And it's 1 hour. 4 fights are 1 hour.
Right, a week is-
Another 4 fights, it's 2 hours.
And I thought to myself,
2 hours,
"Can I
2
put all
hours
this
and
weight to
15
make
minutes.
205 and I'm not gonna get to fight?
So-
That sucks." And
So
they got me a fight against Patrick Cummins. But
we've
we
been
were
watching.
7
What
to
have
8
been?
days
What have
back to
we been
Erin
watching?
Blanchfield
Because
back there right now
the fights that
she's
we
a
saw
warmed up.
were 3
She's
rounds,
warmed
and
up, she's sweating.
I'm being generous when I say 2 hours and 15 minutes because
I can't imagine
there are
how
2
hard
fights that
she is
ended
right
in
now.
the
I'm
first
just gonna
round,
keep
or
her
3
back there
fights
and see
somewhere there.
Erin Blanchfield
So it
stay
was
back
like
there
2 hours. So
fine.
what have we been watching for 3 hours, guys?
These women do. They
Like
fight.
what have we?
Maycee Barber wants to fight. Erin
These
Blanchfield
fights
wants to
took
fight.
2 hours
It doesn't
collectively.
happen.
All of them
Sucks.
make up about 2 hours. So where did the rest of the 3 hours go?
Since March of 2024,
Wow.
and this is Erin Blanchfield in the back, and probably just in
Social
Look at her
Mickey,
face. She's like, I can't believe this happened.
make her come and explain it to us.
Leading up, she's like, I don't know if she's even gonna make it.
Dude, can you imagine? She said that.
She
I don't know that she makes it here. Out loud.
Right.
She got all the way here. And she made it all the way here. And still didn't get the fight.
Well, we're trying to get Megan O'Leary live with Erin Blanchfield to react to this developing situation. Again,
It's so
because
messed
joining
up,
us,
dog.
medical issue last
We
minute while
missed
the
the
main
sleep
event
because
feature
of
started.
this.
Maycee Barber not
They
being
should have
medically
just.
to compete and to kind of finish the
This
point.
is what you
They've
get,
not gotten this
UFC.
since March of 2024.
I hope somehow the fans like they get backlash for this, man.
This is all last year.
Because
Not only was she battling different things and going through rounds of antibiotics, she and the doctors
They
didn't
still
really get
don't
to the
know.
bottom of
They
it.
still don't know what it was that caused her to be.
They're telling the people in the arena right now.
Yes.
Listen to the groans.
Yeah.
You hear that? Everyone's like, wait, what?
Filled them in. So, time for
Maycee Barber
First
made
time I've
history.
shot 15,000 people.
Yes.
Live cancellation of a main event.
has Erin Blanchfield, who's fighting.
I agree. Like they should make her come and explain to us what's
Thanks so much,
happening.
Erin. We appreciate you coming right over here from your locker room. Just moments ago, we were in the
Renee
hallway
the
and I
Rizlot,
saw Hunter
what
Campbell
cancelled?
enter your
Yeah.
locker room. Is that when you just found out that this?
Renee the Rizlot, I was having a piss break and I hear this. Damn, what a joke.
She's not gonna be able to fight. I
Wow.
knew once I saw him that it wasn't something good because he was kind of like being real serious. Yeah, I feel like I'm just a little disbelief.
Yeah, I know. I as you walked over here, I could tell that it was almost like it didn't feel real to you yet in this moment. I mean, you were all wrapped, your hands were wrapped and ready to walk. I mean, what was the messaging from your team prior to that? Were you guys ready to line up?
Oh yeah, I mean, we already were told 6 minutes to the walkout. We already warmed up. I hit pads. I was warming up with my training partner. I was literally ready to go. I feel like I was already could smell the cage. Like I was ready. Yeah, and then we just got the news.
And this has been a concern for you for a while. This is something that you talked
Shame
about.
her, shame her. What's
And
up,
when we
Shane?
spoke yesterday, after she missed weight,
WMMA in a
you
nutshell.
didn't
They
feel
just
like
made
that was
history.
that big of a deal, as long as she could compete.
Renee the Rizlot.
When you got to
Come
today,
with
did
me.
you feel like maybe, okay, we're in the clear? This
Back
is
to the
kind of-
prelims.
Yeah, so I definitely thought we were in the clear.
I mean,
I feel like it's
you
pretty
know,
rare for a dude that's
they
looking
love
south,
women
especially, you know, they've
empowerment,
been
so
swayed
she's
late,
gonna
super
be
hard
in
in the
the
weight
main
cut.
event
He
at some
probably
point
hadn't
or
recovered
co-main
well.
event.
So yeah, I didn't
Even
expect
if the
this.
fights are boring,
Would you
they
entertain
are
the
going to
idea of
continue to push
rescheduling this
them
bout with
at the
Maycee
top.
Barber?
What
No,
can we
my
do?
coaches right away were like, "Don't
Shoshat
entertain her.
McGee,
She's
so
not
there was only three ranked
super professional."
fighters on
Obviously,
this
the
card,
work has been
and
done.
two of
But
them
the hard part is behind you. You
WMMA
did an entire training
fought
camp.
in a different
Next
weight
week's in Newark,
class.
New Jersey. Obviously, that one's probably hard to get on, even though it's your home state.
Worst
Where
card
do we
of
go
all
from
time,
here? Is this
boys.
a situation where you ask the UFC, "Can you make
No
something happen?"
argument here.
You
I
never know.
don't
For
blame
five
any
rounds,
streamer.
wanting
I'm
a five
sure.
rounder in the future, if you
I,
can
I, I don't
formulate your
think
perfect
MMA
plan of what
Guru
happens now, what does it
and
look like?
but
Yeah,
again,
I'd love another five
MMA
rounder
Joey are
against some
streaming
guys in the
right
top
now. I
five,
could be
working
wrong.
my way towards the title.
But man, they
I don't know
dodged the
exactly
bullet.
what yet.
I'm
I'll
sure
talk to my
they're going to
manager
be
and
proud of
everything to
themselves.
figure
Like,
out.
we knew it.
Emotionally, this
I'm
has
glad
been,
I
you know,
didn't
considered
stream.
very
I should have
mentally. It's been
slept,
something
man.
I'm sure that's been in the back of your mind, even though
I,
you
I
can't control
honestly
any
should
of
have
it. You can only
slept.
control your own preparation. How
I
do you
should
take
have
this experience
known
as a whole and move forward?
the Maycee
You know,
Barber
I
thing.
guess I could just
And
take what I learned from my training camp
you know
and
how
try to
hypocritical
build
the
on that for the
UFC
next
is.
fight. You know, I
Uh,
basically did everything
the
besides
UFC is
actually
so
get into the cage
hypocritical.
tonight. So, you know,
They
I can
probably
support
won't
that.
punish Barber
Absolutely.
for
Well, that
this,
is a very
but they're
professional,
punishing
mature
Aman
championship
Sarukian for some
mindset
reason.
that you expressed there. We appreciate your
Alright,
time,
so
your candor.
I'm
Thank you so
hundred
much,
percent
Eric. We'll
sure
see you soon. I'll
because
throw it back to you at the
because of
Thank you very
feminism,
much.
she's gonna
We
get
had HSTC
another
to Erin Blanchfield, not
headlining.
willing to entertain Maycee Barber as an
We
opponent. That
got
was
God
a short
tonight.
time.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, hard
I
to
don't
know.
blame her.
Sure
And
shot
honestly, you
Mickey.
know, like we're sitting here trying to deal through our emotions.
Sure
I
shot
got
Mickey.
friends
Cage
who
Warriors
respond and
put
just
out a
they're
better
laughing at
stuff
me
than
because
this,
I'm
man.
lost for words. And
Oof.
because I'm lost, they want to laugh
If
at me. It's
even the
absurd. We've never
most
seen anything like this happen.
anticipated fight,
No,
Mateus Gamrot versus
you
Ludovic Klein, was
hope
also
that
a
Macy's okay,
letdown.
right?
Certainly.
You
Ah,
just wonder though what this does going forward, right? I understand, but like it's hard to imagine. Like,
Well, she's going to have to take that ride, whoever it's against next, right? I mean, it's one thing to go through medical issues and whatever she has been dealing with in the past, and she's been, kind of not shy about it. Like, right, she's told us
yeah,
about
she
all the
told
things
me.
that she's been battling, but now it's a different thing. One would think to deal with this on fight night and so close to her competing to not be able to go.
I'm so conflicted because the
Yeah.
only thing I bristled at in this interview was Aaron saying
shit happens,
it's
bro.
not like
Very.
No. It doesn't feel like she just said I'm not doing.
no,
It was medical.
she did everything she possibly could to be in this.
I
Josh
just
McGee,
never-
I'm not about
In her mind, her
to get
destiny
card
was
for
one
a
fight
day
away.
out. Imagine if he did this,
I knew she
bro.
was lined up.
Imagine, but I can
Turned around
promise
and
you,
had to go back.
Maycee Barber is going to come back in the co-main event or the main card.
She's not going to fight
That's
Maycee
going
Barber
to be a
next. Fresh
punishment.
matchups in the top 5.
I'm not fighting Silva.
Natalia Silva.
I was just
That's not
gonna
fighting
say
Natalia
Silva.
Blanchfield has not fought Alexa Grasso.
Should
Who
happen.
is up there? And then
Betty
also,
said hi.
she hasn't
Welcome,
fought
man.
Valentina Shevchenko.
Azrael, what happened last
So
minute?
you make a case for
Apparently,
in the top
Maycee
5,
Barber
but
is
she
sick,
fought
so the main event got cancelled.
Yeah.
Shoshat McGee, Aman is happy as can be. Now they can't do him any worse. Yeah, because at least now it's like, I mean, why are you doing this to me when you didn't do that to Maycee Barber? I mean, if there's gender equality in the UFC, Maycee Barber should be treated worse than Mateo Bargain. Aman Sarukian, she shouldn't get a title shot for at least a year or two. Purely because of what she did, she should fight at least 3 more contenders that are ranked below her.
That was the whole goal for both of
Because
them.
Aman Sarukian at least pulled out
Make a statement and make
days
some
before the fight, right?
undeniable in
So
that spot.
we need to actually push this.
Be professional, but this is crazy.
We need to put. We don't. It's fine. It's medical emergency. We understand that, but the fact is, Aman Sarukian also said pulled out because of a medical emergency. So since and Laura Senko is busy defending her, why are you defending this? Where was this for Aman Sarukian? Justice for Aman Sarukian, guys.
Kudos to our producer.
We need gender equality. She must be treated worse than Aman Sarukian. We need to make sure that this trends. The same way Sarukian is being treated, Maycee Barber needs to fight other contenders ranked below her. She needs to be punished for this.
And you know what?
That's when we will know we have gender equality. If Maycee Barber comes back and fights anyone in the top five,
He's 52 years old. Oh my
like in her
gosh.
next two fights, Maycee Barber, I don't care if she gets a round
Uncle
one
Lappy has really blown up.
spinning
Great job.
head kick KO. She should not fight for the belt in her next three fights.
Trying to talk about him on as well.
In her next three fights, Maycee Barber shouldn't even be close to the belt. Shoshan McGee, get Amana title shot. And if I was Erin, I wouldn't reschedule with her. No, she like why reschedule with her?
Great fight with Gamrot and those guys, and some of the other fights are
Why
fantastic.
reschedule with her when Aman Sarukian was is being punished
Yes, I am.
for pulling out for a back injury? That's messed up, man. They said they are being like if there's gender equality in the UFC, Maycee Barber needs to be punished the same way Aman Sarukian is being punished. So that needs to be something that's pushed.
I know that O'Malley's better today.
If Maycee Barber comes back against Erin Blanchfield or anyone in the top five, I mean, we need to stop lying to ourselves and saying UFC has gender equality because I'm going to repeat, Maycee Barber needs to be punished the same way Aman Sarukian is being punished. That's all I can say. Shoshan McGee, get Aman Sarukian a title shot. Yeah, I agree. We need the Rizlot. At least Paddy McCory beat that. I agree.
Everything
Um,
has built
Shoshan
to this moment,
McGee,
and she
the
is
medical
so
time for
locked in against
UFC
Juliana Pena. I mean, you saw them
dropped
going
the
back and forth,
ball
back and
too.
forth. They're super
How is
spicy.
it
Kayla Harrison
last
is one of
minute
the
like
most
this?
determined,
I mean,
accomplished,
obviously, I think
incredible women
they.
you can
I'm sure
ever
Maycee Barber was
count
like, nah,
It was nice to watch
I can still fight, you
You're the
know.
one that has all the pressure.
I can still fight, and as the fight got closer, she was like, shit,
Shut up.
I'm gonna lose this fight, right?
Let me just say, if a girl
So
calls
she
another
decided
girl
to pull
honey,
out.
that is not good. Listen, honey.
There'll be a fist fight at the end of it. That's next Saturday night.
Jojo
Unfortunately,
McGee.
our main event didn't go.
Renee the Riz Lord, I saw a hilarious reaction earlier to that. Israeli scam the men's infected siege. Macy's affected seizure. Are you for real, man? Or are you messing with us? I bet you never know where Renee the Riz Lord, man. He might just be trolling us. He very well might be trolling us. Knowing him. Wow. Yeah, even if it's a seizure, guys, we don't care how serious it is because the UFC has set a precedent. If you miss a fight, even if it's because of a medical emergency, you have to be punished the same way Aman Sarukian has been punished. I feel bad for her, but since everyone has been fighting for gender equality, she should be treated the same as Aman Sarukian. Renee the Riz Lord, she pulled out because she's scared of fighting. She should retire. I agree, man. I agree. Well, Renee the Riz Lord, are you lying to us or are you telling us the truth? I'm interested to see how this one plays out, to be honest, because definitely I'm with you there. She should retire. Definitely I'm with you there. Yeah. I mean, even if it's serious, we feel bad for her. It's not that we are heartless or anything like that. This is the precedent the UFC has said. If you pull out of a fight, it doesn't matter if it's a medical emergency. You have to be punished. Just because she's a girl, it doesn't mean she should be absolved. Otherwise, we need to stop about talking about gender equality. So she needs to be punished as well. No title shot for her for the next 2 years. Plus, it's not like she was going to get a title shot after beating Erin Blanchfield. Or rather, and she was not even going to beat Erin Blanchfield, but still, no title shot for her for at least 2 years. I think that's a retirement. That's a fair punishment, to be honest. Fight the people ranked below you, at least the clear three and but again contenders below her, and then maybe she can think about fighting a top five contender. Shoshat McGee, Shoshat McGee, this is crazy. That was the best WMMA main event ever I've ever seen. Remember, Lord, I don't know. I'm just trolling. Shoshat McGee, if she retired tonight, the UFC would give her a better send off than Stipe and Aldo. I mean, haven't you realized, man? Like, if you're a dude in today's time, like, you're not important to companies. Like, there's no organization fighting for men, like for men's rights or whatever the case is. So there's no backlash when you treat a dude badly. But if you do that to any female fighter, but again, sexism, one, two, three, like all these stories. Dana White does not want the Mr. McMahon's problems at this point. He doesn't want the Mr. McMahon's problems, so it's like, hey, I'm not him, even though we fall under the same company at this point. Renee the Lord, they would probably make a retirement package and movie of highlights on the spot. I mean, that sounds like the UFC. I mean, like I said, we honestly don't. UFC massive disaster. MMA Joey just started streaming right now. Yeah, he's talking about the main event. But yeah, hopefully everyone shares my view, man. I feel like I feel bad for Maycee Barber. I hope she gets better. I hope it's nothing serious. I hope she heals, especially because this is going to age terribly if it's something like extremely serious. I genuinely hope she actually gets better, and yeah, but she shouldn't get back into fighting a top five contender. This fight should not be rescheduled. I think the UFC. I love the petition to strip John Jones, and I feel like MMA fans need to start doing this a little bit more about every single thing that we are unhappy about. Right? We need to hold the UFC accountable for some of the things that they do, because sometimes even though you don't like a specific fighter, when we allow the UFC to treat specific people in a specific, for example, what happened to Mohammed, is it Makayev? Yeah, Mohammed Makayev. For the UFC to cut him for such stupid reasons, for me, it was messed up. And not, no one actually bat an eye. It creates an opportunity for them to be like, oh, okay, people didn't care. Then we can do this again. It's similar to undeserved title shots. When they give an undeserved title shot and we don't do anything, we don't boycott the pay per view, we don't do anything, we just accept that that's the reality of things. Then they continue to do things like that. So in this particular situation, I'm caring too much about this particular topic, but I would love for consistency, because imagine if it was anyone else. Hamza Chimaev was crucified for pulling out, and he didn't even pull out. He almost, like, it was a medical stoppage for him, like, to stop cutting weight. He still fought Kevin Holland on that card. But till this day, people treat it like he pulled out of the fight. And since then, the UFC promised him to get a title shot. It's been how many years now? Probably 3 years since then. And he hasn't gotten that title shot. So it wouldn't be fair for 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 Barber to actually have the privilege to continue to fight top level competition. But this is probably just going to be a rent. The UFC is probably going to just give her another top five contender or rebook the this particular fight. Short McGee, well, it would be easy as I have two highlights for her whole career. There is a lot. They give cans who didn't do shit a nice little retirement instead of real legends. I mean, that's the motto of the UFC recently. Renee the Rizlot, it infuriates me. Short McGee. It's a shame. Short McGee, Stipe and Aldo are goats. Yeah, I agree. Renee the Rizlot. Carla Esparza does not deserve an emotional retirement package. Aldo, and especially Stipe do. Joshua McGee. The thing is, there's no backlash for them treating them that way. The backlash for treating WMMA fighters negatively is not gonna come from the UFC. It's gonna come from outside organizations. But rather, it's not gonna come from UFC fans. It's gonna come from outside organizations that have the power to actually influence certain things. So I don't think the UFC cares, like especially because they know that there won't be any consequences for that. Although Shoshat McGee, same with Andrade. Remember this lot because the UFC knew Stipe was retiring in advance. Yeah. Um Shoshat McGee, Andrade didn't even get a mic and he was a Why are you calling him a he, dude? Remember this lot, they are ruining our sport. We need a change for the UFC company and who runs it. Like I was saying, man, look at what happened in the WWE. After the McMahon accusations and everything like that, the McMahon had to step down. WWE is probably at its peak right now because after McMahon stepped down, I think Dana White needs to step down. He's doing a terrible job. Kudos to him and everyone else who started the UFC and got it to where it is right now. But I think it's time for him to step back and actually let someone else take over because clearly he's no longer passionate about the sport. Like, or whoever is in charge at this point, because we know we think it's Dana. So whoever is in charge of the UFC needs to step back because they're doing a terrible job at this point. But beyond that, like the mere fact that today's card, like I don't know if it's Wamai, I don't know if it's Shorshot Miki or Renia the Rizlon, who said this felt like an LFA card. I 100% agree. Even Mateus Gamrot versus Ludovic Klein. Even although that was a little bit better, but when you remove that fight, I mean that's LFA in my opinion. Like who was? I mean, it sucks, man. And Mateus Gamrot has a name because he fought. What do you call him? And beat Amansarugian basically. Shoshot McGee, I'm calling it a night, brother. It was fun and happy late birthday. I appreciate that, my guy. Good night. I also have to edit, but I think I'm gonna maybe take a bit of a nap. But anyways, it's cool. Shoshat McGee, Riz, I'll see you in the comments. Linnea, I'm gonna stick around. I can't sleep. Oh, okay. So, Linnea, I think I'm gonna bounce at this point. I'm so tired right now. But the fact everything that just happened it took my sleep away. To be honest, because I was literally dozing off on stream. I don't know if you saw that. I didn't actually fall asleep, but like I was on the verge. So I'm glad I didn't, but still, like I feel like I was on the verge of falling asleep. It honestly sucks, but it is what it is. I'll see you guys in the comment section. I'll try to reply a little bit more. I feel so terrible that I didn't bring out the best comments of the week, but I think I got a couple for the next video. But I honestly don't regret it. I feel like this was such a terrible card that it didn't even deserve that. Probably the video wouldn't have done well. Anyway, I love and appreciate all of you. I'm sorry I didn't do the question thingy where I respond to questions, but maybe I'll try to do it maybe next week. Until then, I love and appreciate all of you. I'm so tired. I'll see you guys tomorrow when I do my breakdowns. Actually, my breakdowns are pretty accurate, but for some reason I go with the wrong person. I went with Alice Adeline. That was a good pick. Um, who else did I actually say could potentially win? I mean, the Alan Nascimento one, I don't feel too bad. Both of them were terrible. You had a better shot at predicting that fight if you flipped the coin. Who else lost? Caitlin Vieira. I actually was speaking about Caitlin Vieira, and I was like, Vieira could potentially win, especially after that. But Yasmin Lucindo win, but I honestly didn't think she had it in her, especially because of her terrible takedown defense. But it seems like I don't know. It's not as terrible as I thought it was. Maycee Chasson clearly bet on herself somewhere. She had her cousins, I don't know, put money on her on her losing because with such a reach advantage, why not strike on the outside and win via points? Maycee Chasson shot a takedown in the second round, got taken down, stayed on her back for the whole round, and in the third round, she was like, "Let's do that again." It doesn't make sense to me, except that somewhere someone bet money on her, and they are going to share that money with her. I think her bank account and transactions should be monitored because that was a suspicious performance. Who else? Dustin Jacoby. I mean, when my subscribers trash some, the live stream does not like Brazilians. I don't know why, but I think Bruno Lopez just proved that Brazilian MMA, the time where Brazilian MMA used to be the peak of MMA is gone. Right? Alex Pereira got to where he was because, in all honesty, when you look at the level of competition that Alex Pereira was fighting, it wasn't that great. The only good people that he fought were Yuri Prohaska, maybe Jamal Hill, Jan Blachowicz, and Israel Adesanya. It's four people. Those are the best, the quality opponents that he's had. Oh, Sean Strickland as well. Five, right? Those are five quality opponents. At light heavyweight, his run at light heavyweight for me is not too great, to be honest. Because even Jamal Hill, I don't think should be in the list. Jamal Hill got his title shot the same way Sean Strickland got his title shot. He was ranked number 6 or 7, somewhere there. Came in, beat Glover Teixeira, and a 40 something year old Glover Teixeira won the belt, didn't defend it, uh, dropped the belt because of an injury, came back on short notice, not on short notice, but while maybe not completely healed, and basically went into the main event of UFC 300 and got knocked out. So for me personally, I don't feel like Jamal Hill is a top 5 contender. I just feel like he beat, and that's one of the break. If you go back and watch my breakdown for UFC for that particular fight against Yuri Prohaska, that's basically what I said. I've been saying I don't feel like Jamal Hill has earned his right to be in the top 5. He just leapfrogged everyone, by beating an old guy who was basically out of his prime. So for me, Jamal Hill is not that great of a win. Yeah, Yuri Prohaska, Jan Blachowicz, and even that Jan Blachowicz fight was a little bit sketchy, right? So, and Pantoja obviously trains in an American top team. So I don't know, man. It just feels like the Brazil the era of Anderson Silva, of Jose Aldo, of all these amazing Brazilians who are dominating the sport. I think that's never gonna happen again. And after everything that just happened, I'm not picking Charles Oliveira. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of stupid in a sense because I feel like Charles Oliveira has experience and it seems like his wrestling abilities have improved, especially against in the Michael Chandler fight. But apart from the fact that the Brazilians have not been performing particularly well, he had to go to a decision with Michael Chandler, who I don't think is that particularly good, right? Um, and he was making really bad IQ decisions in the fight against Aman Sarukian, trying to go for the guillotine. I mean, he had the guillotine. Let me not trash him too much. He had the guillotine, just that Aman Sarukian is really good defensively. But yeah, that sucks. I don't think Dustin Jacoby is that good. And for Bruno Lopez to lose like that means um, Gadziasulov is trash. Basically, that's what it means. Who else lost? So it was Caitlin Vieira, it was Bruno Lopez, it was Alan Nascimento. Who else? Ludovic Klein. I thought Ludovic Klein would be a little bit better. Um, Weather report. She needs to be dropped by the UFC after that. Yeah, that's honestly what I've been saying. Even if she's not dropped by the UFC, she shouldn't get a title shot at least for another 2 years. That's equality. That's what they did to Aman Sarukian, and I expect the same thing for her as well. We don't care that she's a female. We treat the guys the same way we treat the girls. That's what they wanted, I guess. So she shouldn't even be near a title within the next 2 years. Um, so yeah. Is there any fight? I think there's one last fight that I'm forgetting. So who are the people who won? Zachary Reese won a robbery. He didn't win that fight. That was a terrible call. Dusko Tudorovic definitely won that fight, but I mean it is what it is. Yeah, I guess that concludes it, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. When I break down Sean O'Malley versus Merab Devalishvili and the co-main event and the featured fight. I love and appreciate all of you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until next time, deuces.